Refining the world force of a universe world was a despicable act that went against the heavenly way. After all, doing so would damage the foundation of a universe world, which in turn would bring calamity to the trillions of living beings. What great demon god had done back then was more or less the same. Only the lawless and wicked would do something so disgraceful. No matter what else, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Crane Paradise. Before he was labeled as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise, he was an intersect elder, so it really was unthinkable for him to do something like this. However, when everyone remembered how he had not hesitated to have Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch wreak havoc in Void Territory's Three Brilliance world in order to lure Yang Kai out, killing countless people in the process, it became apparent that there was nothing he would not do. Zuoquan Hui had resorted to unscrupulous means before in order to avenge his disciple, so he would naturally do so again. Supplementing your own energy by refining a universe world's foundation was not something that could be done so easily, however. It was only possible if the universe world's foundation was compatible with one's own small universe. Otherwise, if their energies conflicted with each other, the cons would outweigh the pros. Since Zuoquan Hui was doing something like this, it meant that the foundation of this universe world was compatible with his small universe. Nonetheless, even if he could refine it successfully, Zuoquan Hui would still need to spend a great deal of time and effort to eliminate the sequelae caused by this. There was no doubt that the foundation of the universe world here was beneficial to him, but if he failed to remove the harmful energy, it would damage his foundation instead. It was not as safe as painstakingly refining open heaven realm pills and cultivation materials of different orders, but it won in speed. Apparently, Zuoquan Hui's condition wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted as he took the lead and rushed towards the universe world. Since he knew what Zuoquan Hui was scheming, how could he let him have his way? On the Blue Clouds continent, Lu Baiyang was leaning against a large tree with his body drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and his face completely pale. He was the strongest master in the Blue Clouds continent. He had gained some insights into the heavenly way and had gone into retreat for hundreds of years just to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't know what kind of mysteries lay further ahead on the martial Tao, but he could faintly feel that his path had not yet reached its end, and that there was still a vast future ahead of him. He could not prove this point, nor could anyone tell him about this. No one on the entire continent had this qualification. After being invincible in this world for so many years, he longed for an even stronger master to guide him. He had once fantasized about a wider world outside the continent, where cultivators stronger than him existed. He even once thought that it would be great if a stronger master really came to the Blue Clouds continent. No matter if the other party was someone good or evil, he could at least ask for some advice from them. Even if he had to pay a steep price, it was still acceptable to him. And such a day had really come. When the world shook, it shook Lu Baiyang wide awake. He immediately came out of retreat and looked around. The next moment, he spotted 7 figures descending from the sky and landing on Tranquil Heaven's peak where he lived. This was the sacred peak of the Blue Clouds continent, the holy land of the martial Tao that everyone on the continent yearned for, because this was where Lu Baiyang lived. Tranquil Heaven's peak was the source of all earth veins of this world, and Lu Baiyang was its protector. The auras of these 7 people were as deep as the sea, and Lu Baiyang could tell each of them had a cultivation far greater than his own with a single glance. Even someone like Lu Baiyang didn't know how to face them. He had longed for a stronger cultivator to guide him, but he hadn't expected that when such a cultivator arrived, their cultivation would be so high that he couldn't even see the opposite party's back. Just a casual attack from the other party had left him severely injured. His foundation almost collapsed and his cultivation had nearly been crippled because of this. He hadn't even been able to clearly see how the other party had attacked. In the eyes of the other party, Lu Baiyang's title of strongest under the heavens was no different than a scrap of paper. What caused Lu Baiyang to be bitterly disappointed even more was the fact that after attacking him, the other party no longer paid any attention to him. They did not even care if he was dead or alive. They let him lie on the ground, barely breathing, not even showing the slightest bit of vigilance. Only if the disparity between them was too great would they ignore their opponent like this. Lu Baiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. leaning against the tallest tree on tranquil heaven's peak. He didn't know what these uninvited guests had done, but half a day ago, the heavenly way roared and the wind and clouds changed color. Immediately, Lu Baiyang noticed that the blue clouds continent was losing something very important at a rapid rate. He had been able to comprehend a trace of the heavenly way after painstakingly cultivating for so many years in the retreat, so he was able to faintly perceive the changes in the world. It was not just world energy that was being drained away, but something far more important. This was the foundation of the entire world. Hong long long. Deafening rumbles came from the ground as it cracked and the sky shook to no end. Lu Baiyang felt as if he was hearing the wails of all living beings in the world. Each and every one of the heart-wrenching cries were so real that they seemed to echo in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, but he was unable to shake off the noise. He heard countless prayers and pleas. He saw the world collapsing, volcanoes erupting, and living beings fleeing in a desperate attempt to seek shelter. The world was ending. Lu Baiyang's eyes went wide. He didn't know why he was hearing these strange noises and seeing these strange scenes, but he knew that they were real and were happening all over the Blue Clouds continent. This was the home where he was born and raised. Yet these invaders wanted to destroy it. Lu Baiyang actually broke into a fit of coughing as he braced himself and slowly stood up. Not far away, Ziyan, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there. I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious." Lu Baiyang coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head and mumbling in a low voice, "This is Blue Cloud's continent. I, Lu Baiyang, am the strongest master of the Blue Clouds continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyang, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyang stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyang to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. "Oh, you obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Tao seal." Xianxia looked towards Lu Baiyang with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient. It doesn't want to be destroyed. So naturally it will strive to find a chance to survive, but unfortunately." So, what if Lu Baiyang had become a great emperor? In front of several Sixth Order and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Voidland, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyang was still in a daze, Ziyan had already lifted her hand. The next moment, she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyang instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location. But the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time, Lu Baiyang was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyang was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyang looked up in anger and roared, grounding his teeth. You will surely suffer the heaven's judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my blue clouds continent will haunt you day and night. We will not let you rest in peace. Hearing this, Xianxia sneered. Haunt us? The heaven's judgment? Ignorant fool. Mid-speech, Xianxia looked up and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, How did they find us? The others also felt that something was wrong and all of them looked up as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Zuoquan Hui, who was refining the foundation of the Blue Clouds continent, suddenly opened his eyes as a dark and malicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Baiyang finally realized what was happening and also looked up as well. He then saw an upheaval in the void as a giant crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a group of more than 20 people appeared, descending upon the world like divine soldiers from the heavens. The person in the middle was a young man who looked even more youthful than himself. He wore a tight-fitting outfit and had a majestic and dignified expression. In an instant, everyone became tense. The invaders who were ridiculing Lu Baiyang just now wore ugly expressions, as if their parents had just been murdered. Although Lu Baiyang didn't know where this second group of guests came from, it was clear that these two groups were enemies. More importantly, the first group was obviously afraid of the newcomers. Lu Baiyang's heart was filled with joy as he burst into loud laughter. Those who act unjustly will die. The heaven's judgment has arrived. No one was in the mood to pay attention to this fellow who had just become a great emperor. Xianxia and the others became extremely focused as they began circulating their world force. Up in the sky, Yang Kai stated in a calm and composed manner, coldly staring down. Zuoquan Hui, you won't escape this time. Zuoquan Hui clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. And how are you going to fight me exactly? You can't borrow the world's strength after leaving that great territory. Can you? Previously, Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order by borrowing world force from the star boundary, obtaining the qualifications to fight him. Now that he had left the great territory, his cultivation had reverted to the 6th Order open heaven realm. Although he only had 6 6th Order masters beside him, including one more who had just broken through, a 7th Order master like him alone was enough to bridge the gap between them, so the current situation was not necessarily worse than before. As long as he could take down Yang Kai, he would be victorious. Looking down at the Blue Clouds continent, Yang Kai let out a soft sigh and sympathetically mumbled, Many people are going to die today. If so many open heaven realm masters were to fight here, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire universe world. If the fight went on for too long, this universe world might even be torn to pieces. However, they could not remain still either. Once Zuoquan Hui had refined this universe world's foundation, he could do as he pleased and this continent would plunge into misery anyway. All Yang Kai could do was quickly end this battle to reduce the losses. Yang Kai's gaze turned to the nearby great emperor, who was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Baiyang also happened to have noticed him. As their eyes met, Lu Baiyang requested in a low voice, Blue Clouds Continent's Lu Baiyang begs for your excellency's assistance in slaying these evil people and returning peace to this world. I won't disappoint you. Yang Kai nodded slightly before raising his spear and pointing it towards Zuoquan Hui. Today, either he dies or I perish. Seeing this, Lu Baiyang's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. After having obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and becoming a great emperor, he was able to travel freely on the Blue Clouds continent. Even if he had never cultivated the Tao of space, he could still travel to any corner of this world with its assistance. A great battle was about to break out. Although he had no way of speculating what kind of profound cultivation both sides had, he knew that the gap between him and them was too great. If he stayed here, not only would he not be of any help, but he might even be accidentally injured. Since that was the case, the better choice was to quickly evacuate everyone in the vicinity. Regardless of how many he could actually save, he had to at least try. Zuoquan Hui and the others had no intention of stopping him. The life and death of an indigenous great emperor did not matter to them. The next moment, The aura of 22 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. Ziyen and the others couldn't help but let out muffled grunts as they felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to even properly breathe. They had no choice but to use their full strength to resist the pressure. At the same time, they quickly moved towards Zuoquan. The gap in their numbers was simply too great, with Yang Kai's group being almost 3 times bigger than theirs. They had no choice but to rely on Zuoquan, a high-rank open heaven realm, to even the odds. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides unleashed their auras, seemingly wanting to seize the initiative in this silent battle. But neither of them actually took the initiative to attack. Immediately after, void cracks began to appear right in the middle of the two groups, distorting the surrounding space. They were evenly matched. Surprisingly, they were able to block the invisible pressure emanated by Voidland's masters under Zuoquan's leadership. Ziyen and the others were ecstatic, and they pushed their auras even harder. Voidland was losing ground. Among the 22 people who stood in midair, a few of them suddenly stumbled and their faces went slightly pale. They looked like they were about to collapse. Heavenly Sword Union's masters became even more excited at the sight of this. They immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push further and crush the arrogance of Voidland. If they could achieve this, Voidland would be at a disadvantage in the actual battle. With such a huge disparity in numbers, Heavenly Sword Union's side should have been at a disadvantage even if they had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But the fact was that Voidland were the ones losing momentum. They appeared to have the upper hand, but actually didn't. Ziyen failed to understand why they were gaining the upper hand, and could only guess that Voidland's side had consumed too much energy in the last battle and had yet to recover. This was great news for Heavenly Sword Union's group. Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Dan Yang, and Huang Mao also had similar thoughts. Perhaps this time they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the next moment, something happened that took everyone by surprise. Palm shadows filled the sky as they rained down on Zuoquan's back like a violent storm. Then, the fearsome world force of someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm suddenly erupted. Zuoquan fell victim to this sneak attack even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. His eyes widened in anger as he slashed his sword behind him without a moment of hesitation. This sword light seemed to be able to cut through space, leaving only the brilliance of the attack behind. A figure quickly retreated, but it was still unable to avoid that sharp attack and was slashed from head to toe, almost splitting in two as a result. Fortunately, the figure immediately retreated after launching their sneak attack. This quick escape saved its life, but it was still seriously injured. This attack left a huge gaping wound spanning from the middle of its brow to its abdomen. Red-hot blood immediately gushed out of the wound as the figure was sent flying, crashing into tranquil heaven's peak. The 10,000 meters tall mountain split and collapsed into rubble. This sneak attack came out of nowhere, and Zuoquan's counterattack was not slow either, so everything was over in a flash. It wasn't until this moment that Ziyen and the others came to their senses. When they turned their heads, they recognized the attacker to be the myriad demon's heaven disciple named Emoshang, who claimed to have broken through at the last moment and fought his way out. Pei Wenxian's mind went blank as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not believe his junior brother Emoshang launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan. Why would he do that? As impossible as it seemed, the truth was right in front of him. Emoshang had already been sent flying, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. So Pei Wenxian had to accept the reality before his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze focused on him, filled with murderous intent. Pei Wenxian was startled and quickly turned his head, explaining himself in horror. "Martial Uncle Zua, I don't know." Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than Voidland's cultivators who had been forced to retreat previously and were now counterattacking. The pressure emanating from the Voidland masters was tremendous, completely opposite to the weakness they showed before. The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness. In an instant, Pei Wenxian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zuoquan Hui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, giving Mo Shang an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Once Zuoquan Hui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Void Land were too cunning. Pei Wenxian also finally understood how those from Void Land had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast, and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Void Land had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Mo Shang was a traitor though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Mo Shang was a myriad demon's heaven disciple like him, so after Zuoquan Hui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wenxian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zuoquan Hui, but he had been implicated by Mo Shang. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Mo Shang had betrayed Zuoquan Hui, and when he had teamed up with Yang Kai. Now, after he gave it another thought though, he found Mo Shang's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Mo Shang had rushed over, no one had had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a myriad demon's heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Kill! Yang Kai angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side, who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wenxian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Xianxia. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 great emperors, as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow and could not compare with veteran Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Ziyan, Pei Wenxian, and Xianxia. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not their opponent. But 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the Star Boundaries Great Territory, the Great Emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Yang Kai. Now, their wish had finally come true. Although the Voidland cultivators weren't at their peak because of the last battle, the same was true for Xianxia, Pei Wenxian, and the others. Everyone's situation was similar and neither was better off than the other. On top of that, Xianxia and the others had just suffered under the joint pressure exerted by those from Voidland just now, which had put them at a disadvantage. For the moment, Voidland had the absolute upper hand in their respective battlefields, leaving Xianxia and the others bruised and battered. The peaks in the vicinity collapsed one after another as the heavens were torn asunder and the earth was split apart. The fallout from a battle between Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely terrifying. Lu Baiyang would have lost his life had he not left, even if he was a great emperor. On the other side, the 3 mountain lords, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, Yuhi Mo Mei Huigu Luan Baifeng, and Yang Kai as the leader together fought the 7th Order Master, Zuoquan Hui, in a 12 versus 1 battle. To be honest, even 12 ordinary 6th Order Masters might not be able to defeat a 7th Order Master. Even if they somehow won by putting their lives on the line, the price they had to pay would be quite steep, and they might even be dragged down with them. Fortunately, Xianxia was no ordinary Sixth-Order master. The Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely precious to Voidland. So how could Xianxia bear to let Zhuo Hui kill anyone? Wu Kuang's sneak attack had played an important role here. Zhuo Hui had not expected that a myriad demon's heaven disciple would attack him from behind. When he had lured Xianxia into attacking and piercing through the territory barrier, he had suffered serious injuries at Xianxia's Azure Dragon Spear. On his way here, he did not have the time to heal himself and had only thought of a way to disperse the Golden Crow's true fire lingering around his wound. And the sneak attack had only made his injuries worse. At this moment, Zhuo Hui could only exert about 70% of his peak strength. Perhaps even worse. If Zhuo Hui escaped even in these conditions, Xianxia would simply stab himself to death with his own spear. As soon as they began fighting, Zhuo Hui was forced to retreat again and again. Although he was recklessly waving his sword and spending his world force, he was still unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 Sixth-Order masters. Xianxia's spear struck his shoulder and sent him flying in just a few breaths of time as a dozen or so divine abilities and secret techniques followed closely behind. It immediately caused Zhuo Hui's eyes to widen in anger as he drew a circle with his sword, barely managing to block the oncoming attacks. Even so, his vitality was sent into turmoil from the impact. Voidland's group launched another salvo without giving Zhuo Hui even a moment to catch his breath. One after another, multicolored flashes of their divine abilities and secret techniques glimmered before bursting into dazzling halos, destroying everything in their path. With a loud crash, dust and pieces of rocks flew into the air, as a figure draped in demon chi flew out from the cloud of dust and smoke. It just so happened that Zhuo Hui's back was towards the figure. The demon chi in the figure's hands transformed into two demon dragons as they flew straight towards Zhuo Hui, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Close behind the demon dragons was the figure, heading straight at Zhuo Hui. Zhuo Hui let out a cold snort and slashed out with his sword, blasting the demon dragons into smithereens. Afterward, the long sword that was wrapped in intense world force continued moving straight towards the figure's head. With a deranged smile on its face, the figure wrapped in demon chi didn't even try to dodge. Its body was covered in blood, as if it didn't seem to care about its life and was ready to die with Zhuo Hui. Just when the sword wave was 100 meters away from the figure, the Azure Dragon Spear broke through the barrier of space and shot straight towards Zhuo Hui's back. There was a fist-sized black ball on the tip of the spear, releasing the aura of nihility and chaos. Zhuo Hui furrowed his brow and he flicked his wrist, sending his sword flying towards the spear. The black ball instantly exploded, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Xianxia was also sent back flying by the violent blast of energy. From the left, Maozhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya left 3 long streaks of light as they brushed past Xianxia, while from the right Luan Baifeng, Huigu, and Huayong swooped in, filling the gap in their defenses. The 7 of them used their divine abilities to bombard Zhuo Hui, not giving him a single moment to regain his balance. At the same time, Yu He and Mo Mei flew over, supporting Xianxia's tumbling body and stabilizing him in mid-air. Xianxia, taking a deep breath, rejoined the attack with the 2 women as their momentum soared. In this chaotic confrontation, the 12 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were like a wheel, attacking Zhuo Hui in turn without rest. Even though Zhuo Hui was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he was struggling to defend himself. Not dead yet. Xianxia glanced over at Wu Kuang, taking a moment away from the intense fight. The figure clad in demon chi was none other than Wu Kuang. He had been sent flying by the sword strike when he tried to sneak attack Zhuo Hui. The sword attack left a gaping cut on his face, as well as on his chest and abdomen. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Rather, the more he fought, the more berserk he became. Wu Kuang laughed loudly. A good man does not live long, but a scourge lives 1,000 years. This king is destined to exist for as long as the universe does. Xianxia curled his lips and stated, "At least you have some self-awareness." Wu Kuang's expression suddenly became serious, You owe me this time. I expect to be compensated fairly. Xianxia replied, Good. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. Whether or not I'll fulfill them will depend on my mood though. Wuquang moved to Zuoquan Hui's flank, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a series of divine abilities as he shouted, I want this old dog. As he stated his request, his eyes lit up as he stretched out his tongue, licking his lips as an evil aura started emanating from him. Yu He and Mo Mei beside Xianxia suddenly shivered at the sight of this. They still didn't know what kind of friendship Xianxia had with this myriad demon's heaven disciple for him to be willing to cooperate with them and ambush Zuoquan Hui, a seventh-order master, but they instinctively felt that this guy wasn't a good person. Wu Kuang's request further caused Yu He and Mo Mei's brows to inexplicably furrow. Xianxia's face twitched as he resolutely declared, Ask for something else. Others might not know what Wu Kuang meant, but Xianxia did. Wu Kuang cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was obvious he was interested in Zuoquan Hui's seventh-order open heaven realm cultivation. No! Wu Kuang firmly refused. The last time he had devoured a seventh-order open heaven realm master with his heaven-devouring battle law, his cultivation had soared tremendously. After having tasted such sweetness, Wu Kuang simply found anyone in the third, fourth, or even fifth-order bland now. How could he be willing to give up such a big pie like the seventh-order open heaven master before them? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to risk his life. Arrogant brat! Zuoquan Hui roared in anger. Xianxia and Wu Kuang were talking like he was already a fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a seventh-order master, how could he not be angry? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not reverse the situation. The last time he was in void territory, Xianxia and the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had been able to barely match him. Although they had been at a disadvantage in every aspect, they were already qualified to fight him. Now, there were 12 sixth-order masters of Voidland fighting him, 3 times more than previously. He had also suffered multiple injuries and was no longer at his peak, so how could he be their opponent? With a dazzling strike, Zuoquan Hui split the ground and the sky before putting a distance from his attackers. The next moment, his figure flickered and actually transformed into 3 clones. Everyone promptly spread their divine sense, but the next moment, all of them looked surprised. The 3 figures were exactly the same. They were unable to differentiate which one was real and which one was a decoy. They had never heard or seen such divine ability before. The 3 Zuoquan Hus wore the same expression, and even their movements were fluid and lifelike. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward in 3 different directions. As everyone worked together to block the 3 Zuoquan Hus, they were shocked to discover that these 3 Zuoquan Hus possessed the full strength of his true body. For a moment, everyone was thrown into confusion. The power of a high-rank open heaven realm master was really frightening. Suddenly, 2 of 3 Zuoquan Hus distorted and collapsed, leaving behind only one of them who had broken through everyone's encirclement and was now less than 1,000 meters away from Xianxia. He wore a grim and serious look on his face. The sword in his hand thrummed as he poured his world force into it and swung it towards Xianxia. Immediately after, a shocking sword wave shot out, shattering space wherever it passed. An indescribable sense of crisis engulfed Xianxia, causing his heart to clench tight. He realized that Zuoquan Hui knew that it would be difficult for him to fight everyone at once, so he had decided to attack him. Everyone understood the principle of killing a general to subdue his men. Yu He and Mo Mei, who had been standing together with Xianxia, transformed into 2 streaks of light as they fearlessly rushed forward. They released their divine abilities, but were still unable to slow the sword wave even a bit. Muffled grunts escaped from their mouths as the sword intent struck them. Under the unbearable pressure of the world force, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were thrown back. Xianxia promptly put his azure dragon spear aside and quickly formed a series of hand seals. The next moment, the golden crow cried out and a great sun rose, brightly illuminating the world. After the sun, a cold, round moon also rose up as frigid moonlight slowly spread out. The sight of the sun and moon shining together was a wondrous sight. Xianxia pushed both his space principles and time principles to their limit. The golden sun and the silver moon began rotating, transforming into a golden and silver wheel that seemed to cut through thousands of years of time. Everything else in this world seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment, with only the lone high-rank open heaven realm master remaining unaffected. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. Zuoquan Hui's pupils instantly shrank. Last time, he had been injured by Xianxia's sun and moon divine wheel in a moment of carelessness, which forced him to retreat from void territory and head to heavenly sword territory to recuperate. He still remembered the strange power that gnawed at him like maggots on rotting bones. He had never seen such a strange power in his entire life. It was a mixture of time and space principles, a might that transcended anything he had comprehended or experienced before. He had spent a great deal of effort to disperse the space-time strength which had invaded his body and had lost hundreds of years of his lifespan as a result. He knew better than anyone how difficult and terrifying this strange power was. Originally, Zuoquan Hui thought that Xianxia wouldn't be able to grow much in just a few years. But now when Xianxia's sun and moon divine will appeared before him again, he realized he was wrong. In just a few short years, Xianxia's comprehension of this divine ability had clearly risen to a whole new level. Compared to when he had used it that day, the sun and moon divine will today was far more powerful. The sun and moon divine wheel's foundation was its composite spacetime strength. Contained both time and space principles. The Tao of space was Xianxia's grand Tao, and Xianxia had already reached the 7th level, summiting the peak in his comprehension of it, bordering on transcending the mundane. However, his comprehension of the Tao of time was vastly inferior to that of his Tao of space. Fortunately, Voidland had the legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was the true master of the Tao of time. Entering retreat in the Flowing Time Temple while engaging in discussion with Xiao and Shui had allowed Xianxia to make a breakthrough in his mastery over the Tao of time. Although it still wasn't as good as his own Tao of space, it was more than enough for him to improve the might of his sun and moon divine wheel. The current sun and moon divine wheel was more than 20% stronger than the past. Xianxia had specially kept this as a surprise for Zuoquan Hui. Originally, he had wanted to use this move to end everything, but the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. Since Zuoquan Hui wanted to consign him to death, regardless of the cost, Xianxia had no choice but to reveal this card. At this moment, each passing breath felt like a million years had passed. A loud bang reverberated through the sky as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The shocking sword wave shattered and transformed into countless thin strands of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to be riddled with cracks. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were unable to withstand this fallout and were all covered in blood. Xianxia was also struck in the chest by the remnants of the sword chi and was sent flying with wounds so deep that even his bones were visible. Zuoquan Hui didn't fare any better. Although the sun and moon divine wheel's power had been reduced by more than half by his sword wave, the remaining spacetime strength still continued to head towards him. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to avoid this blow. Just like last time, when the golden and silver divine will crashed into his body, a terrifying power burst out and strangely seeped into his body, directly attacking his small universe. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's footing became unstable and everything went white before his eyes. His small universe became even more unstable and at the same time, his exposed skin began to wrinkle and crack. A dragon swimming in the shallows could be toyed with by a shrimp. A tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left its mountain. Zuoquan Hui was livid. In order to lure Xianxia into breaking the territory barrier, he had taken a great risk. Although he had successfully forced Xianxia to open a territory gate, he had not been able to completely avoid the blow at that time and was seriously injured. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to this Blue Cloud's continent to refine its foundation to supplement his energy. On top of that, he had been caught off guard by the sneak attack of the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple, making a bad situation worse. If that wasn't the case, how could he be at such a disadvantage? After a while, the shock waves from the collision gradually subsided. Xianxia's figure left a trail in the air, as he struggled to stabilize his retreating figure. When he finally stood firm and looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards the horizon. "You want to run?" Xianxia fiercely shouted as he raised his azure dragon spear and chased after him. The sun and moon divine will had exhausted him greatly, and he had not fully recovered to begin with, so now he was even more exhausted. However, Xianxia could not miss this opportunity. If he did not eliminate Zuoquan this time, he might not have such a good opportunity next time. Pushing his space principles, Xianxia's figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he turned around and thrust his spear out. He happened to be standing right before Zuoquan, who was fleeing straight towards him. Zuoquan was obviously prepared for this, as escaping in front of someone who was proficient in Tao of space was simply too unrealistic. As a result, this spear strike didn't do anything to him, and instead, he managed to hit Xianxia several times until the latter was coughing up blood. In a one-on-one fight, Xianxia was no match for Zuoquan. Fortunately, Voidland's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had caught up in this brief delay, unleashing their respective divine abilities as their world force surged violently, pushing Zuoquan back down to the ground. A strong wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Next to tranquil heaven's peak, Zuoquan stood with disheveled hair, his long robe stained with blood. It was unclear whether this blood belonged to him or his enemies, but he no longer possessed the aloof air of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. With Xianxia in the lead, a total of 13 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Zuoquan from every direction, firmly locking him in place. He could not escape, not to the sky, nor towards the ground. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into such a predicament. Be that as it may, Zuoquan didn't show any sign of anger or frustration. His expression remained the same as he swept his eyes over everyone present, seemingly trying to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul. His indifferent gaze was like a sharp blade, and when it swept across them, even these masters felt their skin being pricked. Xianxia took out a handful of Open Heaven pills and tossed them into his mouth and started chewing them, taking this opportunity to restore some of his energy. He then pointed his azure dragon spear at Zuoquan and stated, "The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. You're already so old. Why bother making things difficult for yourself?" Zuoquan turned his eyes towards Xianxia as he indifferently replied, "This monarch has underestimated you. This monarch has only himself to blame for falling into such a state today." Xianxia praised, "It's good to know one's own limits. Since you have realized this, just obediently stand still. Don't worry. I'll end this in one thrust so you won't feel any pain." Zuoquan slowly shook his head. "It won't be that easy to kill this monarch. Xianxia, how about this monarch makes a deal with you?" "A deal?" Xianxia looked at him with an arrogant look on his face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me in this situation? If I give the order, do you believe you'll immediately be reduced into a pile of mud?" As he spoke, he kept tossing the Open Heaven pills into his mouth, and at the same time, signaled the others with his eyes, making sure they were ready to respond. Although Zuoquan seemed to be at his wit's end, if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were to lash out without regard for his own life, Xianxia couldn't predict what kind of methods he could use. It was impossible for Zuoquan to escape, but Xianxia had to be on guard against him dragging some of them down with him before he died. Thus, even though he had the upper hand, Xianxia didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant than before, madly urging his divine sense. The moment he noticed Zuoquan doing anything suspicious, he would instantly go for the kill. "You can give it a try," Zuoquan calmly stated, showing a fearless expression. Xianxia instinctively felt that this guy was purposefully trying to mystify things, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only follow up, "Then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Xianxia threw bunches of Open Heaven pills into his mouth like he was eating candy. He was more than happy to delay things so he could restore more of his strength. In this short time, he had already consumed more than 100 Open Heaven pills. Munch, munch, munch. Those from Voidland followed suit and began chewing on Open Heaven pills loudly. annoying Zuoquan Hui. They could take this opportunity to recover, but he could not. He could guarantee that once he tried, he would be swarmed with attacks from every direction. Put today's matter to rest right here and now and let me leave with Ziyen. Everything that happened in the past will be written off. Zuoquan Hui earnestly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quietly looked at him for a while, and when he realized that there was nothing else Zuoquan Hui had to add, he mumbled incoherently, "Just like that." Zuoquan Hui nodded his agreement. "Yes. Yang Kai mumbled to himself. His throat bobbed as he swallowed before he took out a spirit fruit from somewhere. He then lowered his head and carefully wiped it after finding a clean spot on his clothes. "I need to think about it. Your request is a bit excessive. It's not something I can easily agree to." Zuoquan Hui sneered in his heart. Yang Kai was clearly stalling and using this opportunity to recover. How could he not see through this little trick? But even though this kind of recovery could have some effect, it wasn't very useful. However, when Yang Kai took out the spirit fruit, Zuoquan Hui furrowed his brow, because even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit fruit it was. Under his watchful gaze, Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. His throat bobbed up and down once more, clearly showing him swallowing something. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed as he reached out and covered his mouth before sealing his 7 orifices. Immediately after, loud rumbles came from inside Yang Kai's body, as if thunder was rolling inside him. His clothes even started fluttering on their own as rich world force escaped from his pores. "What did you just eat?" Zuoquan Hui suddenly felt that something was not right as he could clearly see Yang Kai's aura rising rapidly. Yang Kai still had his mouth covered as he madly refined the spirit fruit's pulp. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zuoquan Hui as if he was looking at prey trapped in a cage. Zuoquan Hui's eyes narrowed as he finally reacted. "A world fruit. Burp?" Yang Kai loudly belched, burping up a gush of world force visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he waved his other hand like a rattle drum. No, you are mistaken." How could Zuoquan Hui listen to his explanation? He angrily shouted, "You cunning brat! You forced me to do this. Let's see who dies today, whether it will be you or me." Yang Kai also shouted at the same time, "Attack!" From beginning to end, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Zuoquan Hui off. Without even mentioning his ridiculous request to negotiate, even if he had proposed a feasible offer, Yang Kai wouldn't have listened to it. After having paid such a huge price to force this old bastard into a desperate situation, how could he let him escape so easily? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would only lead to disaster, as it would surely return to bite him in the future. The only reason Yang Kai even bothered talking just now was to allow his side to recover slightly, hopefully allowing them to use just one more divine ability at the critical moment to save themselves. Be that as it may, using open heaven pills to recover was simply too slow. It was while Yang Kai was grumbling to himself about this that he suddenly remembered he had a number of world fruits on him. In the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 16 world fruits from the world tree, 3 mid-rank, and 13 low-rank. The 3 mid-rank fruits had already been used up. He had used one to advance from 5th order to 6th order, one had been used by Yu He, and one was used to help Lu Shui advance from the 4th order to the 5th order. On the other hand, Yang Kai had only used one of the 13 low-rank world fruits, giving it to Ziyen, which helped him advance from the 2nd order to the 3rd order open heaven realm. Yang Kai still had 12 low-rank world fruits left. Although world fruits were rare and valuable treasures, a low-rank world fruit was quite useless to him now, strictly speaking. This fruit could at most allow a 2nd order open heaven realm master to advance to the 3rd order directly, but it was not enough to allow someone in the 3rd order to advance to the 4th order. Only a mid-rank world fruit could do that. Therefore, Yang Kai had simply held onto the remaining 12 world fruits. It wasn't until this moment that he had a flash of inspiration. He had personally consumed a mid-rank world fruit before and knew that it was filled with extremely rich world force. And to top it off, it had no impurities. It could easily be refined, It just would not help an open heaven realm master advance by an order. A low-rank world fruit naturally couldn't allow him to break through to the 7th order, but it shouldn't be a problem to supplement his consumption. Figuring it was worth a try, he ate one. The effect was immediate. The world force in his small universe was rapidly growing and he swiftly regained his strength. Although he had not recovered completely, Xianxia still recovered about half of his energy. Furthermore, he was slowly recovering the rest of his energy as he refined the rest of the world fruit. Zuoquanhui had obviously noticed this as well, so he could not hesitate anymore. The trapped beast immediately began fighting back. At Xianxia's command, the 6th Order Masters had already prepared their divine abilities in advance and fired them straight towards Zuoquanhui like a storm at this moment. This time, Zuoquanhui did not dodge though, and instead, a universe world illusory phantom suddenly expanded with him at its center. The next moment, Zuoquanhui's resolute voice rang out in Xianxia's ear. Manifest my universe and eliminate my foes. Heaven and earth started spinning, and by the time Xianxia thrust his spear out, the sight before him had completely changed. Zuoquanhui was nowhere to be seen, and even the 12 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had disappeared. Even the environment around him had changed dramatically. Originally, they were above tranquil heaven's peak. The picturesque scenery of the Blue Clouds continent's sacred peak had been shattered by their battle. The sky had cracked and the ground was split apart, flipping the mountains and rivers. The entire site looked quite apocalyptic. But at this moment, Xianxia found himself standing in a green field. The sky was blue and there was vast wilderness around him. There was nothing else in sight. Xianxia's face turned pale. He instinctively thought that he had fallen into some kind of illusion and promptly used the demon eye of annihilation, but he found nothing strange. Zuoquanhui was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was all around Xianxia, making Xianxia feel as if Zuoquanhui was everywhere. Realization suddenly dawned upon Xianxia as he shouted, "His small universe!" Xianxia was not taken aback after realizing this. Rather, he burst into laughter. "Oh, Zuoquanhui, are you out of tricks? You even manifested your small universe." Had he not been at the end of his rope, why would Zuoquanhui have taken such a risk? A high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe had already transformed from ethereal to corporeal and was capable of accommodating living beings. It could even be said that if one were to raise some living beings in their own small universe, its foundation would be constantly enhanced as they multiplied, which was equivalent to constantly cultivating. Inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the ancestors of Abundant City's cultivators were the ones who had been raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe in the past. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had fallen, but his small universe had not collapsed. Instead, it transformed into a universe cave heaven and survived. This allowed Xianxia to bring Mo Mei and the others out of Abundant City. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even though Zuoquanhui was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he too was able to accomplish this. Basically, no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do this, however, because it was extremely taxing to raise living beings in one small universe. The environment of their small universe was not necessarily suitable for living beings to live and reproduce, and if they did not take care of this population well enough, all their efforts would wind up being fruitless. What's more, when fighting others, once their small universe became unstable, it could quite possibly lead to natural disasters, causing the many living beings inside it to die. Therefore, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely cautious when it came to raising living beings in their small universes. Being qualified to do so was one thing, but whether or not one would was another. Zuoquanhui wasn't rearing any kind of living beings in his small universe, so he knew his limits. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't invincible, so instead of wasting his time and energy on such a risky pursuit, he might as well refine Open Heaven pills. Nonetheless, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Zuoquanhui's small universe had indeed become tangible. At this moment, Xianxia was inside Zuoquanhui's small universe. Xianxia had brought over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Territory all the way to the Star Boundary's Great Territory by putting them into his small universe. However, Sending people into one small universe required their cooperation. The people he had placed inside could not have any thought of resisting. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have had to spend a great deal of effort even if he could put them inside. Zuoquan Hui was obviously using a different approach because Yang Kai didn't feel any force pulling him in. Zuoquan Hui had actually done the reverse, summoning his small universe and manifesting it into the outside world, essentially engulfing everyone and everything that was in his small universe's range. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall some of the things the proprietress had told him before she went into seclusion, including how Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters used their small universes. The proprietress said that once a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master used his or her small universe like this against an enemy, it would mean that he or she had really decided to fight with their life on the line. This was also the most powerful method a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could use, a trump card every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master possessed. Because in their own small universe they ruled over everything, just like how Yang Kai once ruled over the small sealed world. So, when he noticed that Zuoquan Hui had actually summoned his small universe, Yang Kai was both surprised and happy. What surprised Yang Kai was that Zuoquan Hui had decided to go all out. He might have really decided that he would not rest until either Yang Kai was dead or he was. Yang Kai was happy because if he could resolve this situation, Zuoquan Hui would definitely die today. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Yang Kai took a long, deep breath as he immersed himself in his thoughts, carefully recalling what the proprietress had said before she went into seclusion. The injured Zuoquan Hui was besieged by over a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zuoquan Hui realized that he was no match for them, so he summoned his small universe without a moment of hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't know the risks of doing so, but rather that he had no other choice. By pulling everyone in his small universe, he would be able to control the battle more easily. At the very least, he had dispersed Voidland's masters. Now, he could fight them individually rather than as a group. It was just like how Yang Kai was all alone at this moment. Everyone had clearly been with him, but they had all disappeared now. However, doing so was extremely risky as well. Firstly, by manifesting his small universe, Zuoquan Hui could only use his full strength to control the various elements inside the small universe and could no longer interfere with the outside world. In other words, the small universe he summoned became a fixed target. If someone tried to attack him from the outside, he would be unable to resist and could only passively endure. Secondly, taking more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe posed a huge risk. All the damage Yang Kai and his friends caused to the small universe would damage Zuoquan Hui's foundation directly. This kind of damage to one's small universe was extremely dangerous. Only if there was no other choice would a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master be willing to use such a method. As such, Zuoquan Hui was obviously desperate. Yang Kai was also certain that not only had Zuoquan Hui taken him into this place, but he had also not let any of the dozen or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland escape. After all, everyone had been standing not too far away from him, so he would otherwise have to be on guard against any attacks from the outside. Thinking this, Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter. Zuoquan Hui, you really outthought yourself. No one can save you from dying today. Without any more delay, Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded as he let out a dragon roar. His small body transformed into a several thousand meters tall half-dragon, and the azure dragon spear in his hand grew proportionally bigger. He then mobilized his world force as he thrust his spear forward, releasing a violent burst of energy that caused the world around him to collapse. Since this place was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, Yang Kai did not have any scruples when he acted. All he needed to do was use his most powerful methods and wreck the surrounding world as much as possible. There was also no need to seek out Zuoquan Hui as he could come and go as he pleased in this place. Even Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, might not be able to catch him. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere, but he was also everywhere. All the damage Yang Kai caused to this world would cause some degree of damage to Zuoquan Hui. What Yang Kai could do now was try his best to attract Zuoquan Hui's attention. Yang Kai wanted to make Zuoquan Hui divert at least 60% of his focus onto him. This way, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to focus much of his strength on dealing with the other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland. After all, not everyone was as strong as him. If Zuoquan Hui were to use his full strength to deal with any one of them, the others would find it very hard to resist. The ground split apart as huge ravines spread out like a spider web. Even the sky was riddled with tiny cracks. Yang Kai was unleashing his strength to his heart's content, not caring about anything else. Space principles pulsated violently, and every time he thrust his spear out, a giant black ball would explode from its tip, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. His rupture secret technique was the best method Yang Kai had to destroy the foundations of Zuoquan Hui's small universe. Coupled with his enormous half-dragon form, the entire space around Yang Kai had been shattered after a dozen or so strikes. But much to his surprise, Zuoquan Hui did not even try to counterattack. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. "You dare ignore me? Zuoquan Hui, you're quite courageous." Yang Kai hadn't encountered any obstructions up until now. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui hadn't paid any attention to him. Zuoquan Hui also knew that Yang Kai was the strongest among the Sixth Order Masters from Voidland, far surpassing what should be possible for an ordinary Sixth Order Master. He could not possibly kill him in just a few moves. As such, his intentions were clear. He was planning to deal with the others first, then he would slowly handle Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Zuoquan Hui to do as he wished? He used his entire strength to cause as much damage as possible here in order to draw Zuoquan Hui's attention, as the more he could cause Zuoquan Hui to divert his focus, the safer the others would be. Seeing that ordinary methods weren't effective, Yang Kai decided to go all out. A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky, followed by a round silver moon. The sun and moon began cycling as a gold and silver wheel expanded, and space and time principles spread into the surroundings. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. This time, he did not have to worry about Zuoquan Hui blocking or dodging. This was the latter's small universe, so Zuoquan Hui was everywhere and had nowhere to hide. Originally, Yang Kai had expended a great deal of his energy, so he was unable to display the sun and moon divine will again. But after consuming a low-rank world fruit, he was simply brimming with energy, allowing him to use it once more. The strange space-time strength filled the air. Wherever the divine will passed by, everything cracked, crumbled, and withered away. Not only did the solid ground become like this, but it was even true for the empty sky. Moreover, the space-time strength was crazily spreading in all directions, forming a crystallized world wherever it passed by. It looked beautiful, but it was also filled with endless murderous intent. Right then, the surrounding world force started surging before transforming into a series of divine abilities that flew straight towards the sun and moon divine wheel, intercepting it. Since Zuoquan Hui had pulled the Voidland Masters into his small universe, he naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Once Yang Kai displayed the sun and moon divine wheel, he had no choice but to stop him, no matter how unwilling he was. He had been affected by this space-time strength before, so he was well aware of how terrifying this strange energy was. If he allowed Yang Kai to do as he pleased, his foundation would be greatly damaged, even if he managed to escape this time. Boundless divine abilities and secret techniques blotted out the sky and earth. Furthermore, Zuoquan Hui did it with just one thought. As the ruler of his small universe, he naturally had many advantages in this place. After spending a great deal of energy, Zuoquan Hui was finally able to completely block the sun and moon divine wheel, but the battlefield was already a mess, and the strange space-time strength had begun corroding his small universe's foundation. Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to use even more of his strength to seal this space-time strength, hoping to slowly eliminate it after this battle was over. Elsewhere, Huigu stood there with cold sweat dripping down his forehead and blood dripping down his nose. Just now, he thought he was going to die, but for some reason, the might of the sword wave attacking him had greatly reduced at the critical moment, allowing him to survive. He vaguely guessed that someone else must have pulled Zuoquan Hui's attention, saving his life. Without delaying for even a single moment, he promptly pushed his strength to the limit and destroyed everything around him. Since Yang Kai could figure out that this was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, naturally everyone else understood this as well, especially the veteran Sixth Order Masters like Huigu. Even if they had never fought with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, they had at least heard of their unique methods and could match them with their current situation. Similar to the Hui Gu, Luan Baifeng's figure kept moving like a nimble snake. She never stopped at one place to avoid being targeted by Zuoquan Hui. She was holding a bunch of array plates in her hand and was continuously throwing them out. These array plates would form killing arrays one after another after they were activated, wantonly destroying everything around them. She had used up all of the array plates she had amassed over nearly 1,000 years in no time, causing her a great deal of heartache. Ever since her name had been put on Yang Kai's loyalty list, the array plates she had amassed were being rapidly consumed one after another. Previously, she had used up many array plates to set up a number of illusion arrays and bewildering arrays in the Star Boundary's great territory. Now, she had expended most of her killing array plates. The wealth she had gathered over these years was all gone. She secretly made up her mind that after this was all over, she would make Yang Kai compensate her 10 times or even 100 times over. Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hua Yong, Xu Mudan, Qing Kue, Suing Shui, Mo Mei, and Yu He were all separated, but each of them was simultaneously launching their strongest attacks. Zuoquan Hui's small universe instantly became unstable as his world force churned. Even with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he still ran himself haggard, dealing with everyone. One figure in particular, clad in demon chi, stood atop a tall mountain. After entering this small universe, Wu Kuang's eyes lit up as he sensed everything around him. The surroundings were filled with extremely rich world force. It was like a mouth-watering feast was spread before him, exuding a delicious scent. Since martial Uncle Zhua is being so hospitable, then your martial nephew won't stand on ceremony with you. Wu Kuang grinned maliciously as he sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. Immediately after, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit as the world force in the surroundings swirled towards him. In an extremely short period of time, Wu Kuang had pushed his heaven-devouring battle law to its limit and devoured all of the nearby world force. Wu Kuang couldn't help the look of glee that appeared on his face, feeling the endless stream of pure energy. His expression gave the impression of a perverted hungry ghost holding a warm and fragrant body, as if he could devour it body and soul. When others were pulled into this small universe by Zuoquan Hui, they could only use everything they had to wreak as much destruction as possible. This was even true for someone as strong as Yang Kai, but Wu Kuang was different. He could devour the small universe's foundation directly and strengthen himself in the process. Zuoquan Hui had not expected this, and this was his biggest mistake. He thought that Wu Kuang had advanced to the 6th Order from the 5th Order during the last battle, but he had no idea that Wu Kuang had reached the 6th Order long ago. It was just that he had been carefully hiding his 6th Order cultivation to the end in order to track down Zuoquan Hui and inform Yang Kai. They might not have discussed any plans beforehand, but Wu Kuang was sure that Yang Kai understood his thoughts, and Yang Kai was sure that Wu Kuang understood his. To a certain extent, their hearts were connected. Destruction and devouring were two completely different things. The reckless destruction Yang Kai and his friends had caused to the small universe would undoubtedly bring great damage to Zuoquan Hui's foundation, but their efficiency was far lower than Wu Kuang's. The small universe's foundation began to rapidly deplete as the devouring took place. On the other hand, Wu Kuang's aura gradually grew stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Zuoquan Hui's interference with him had taken a huge dive and laughed loudly as he continued to bombard his surroundings. You finally noticed? But what to do? It's too late. A figure suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. It was none other than Zuoquan Hui, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, this high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's face was slightly pale and he was fuming in rage. He raised his long sword and asked, pointing it at Yang Kai and glaring at him, "You knew this was going to happen?" Yang Kai thrust his spear towards him, blotting the sky with spear shadows, his face beaming with joy as he taunted, "Guess!" Zuoquan Hui's figure did not move, but an enormous sword wave shot forward, shattering the spear shadows and heading straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated, blocking that enormous sword wave that spanned across the sky. but the next moment, his heart suddenly clenched as he threw himself to the ground. A bolt of lightning came rumbling from behind, brushing past his scalp, burning a few strands of his hair. Xianxia stood back up again, but he had broken into a cold sweat. It was indeed difficult to fight with someone inside their small universe, not to mention that this opponent was a high-rank master. Although Wuxian had not fully recovered from his injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But he had no choice but to fight on. Who are you? You are definitely not a myriad demon's heaven disciple. On another side, Wuxian was no longer able to calmly continue devouring in peace. In fact, when he activated his heaven-devouring battle law, Wuxian appeared before him out of thin air, slashing at him. Wuxian was so flustered that he quickly counterattacked and fled. However, after exchanging blows with Wuxian, Wuxian discovered that there was something wrong with this Wuxian. He didn't appear to be real, but more like a projection. He also didn't have the strength of a seventh-order master. Wuxian might be fleeing in panic at the sight of Wuxian chasing after him, but he was not completely helpless. He realized that Wuxian could not divert too much attention to his side, which was why he was so weak. Having realized this, Wuxian greatly calmed down. While running around in circles, he circulated his heaven-devouring battle law, greedily devouring the surrounding world force. There was a malicious grin hanging on his face as he responded, "Of course I'm a myriad demon's heaven disciple. Why is Martial Uncles asking such a question?" Wuxian didn't appear to have taken any action, but he appeared in front of Wuxian like a ghost and gently thrust out his sword. Had Wuxian not been constantly changing his position, it would have been next to impossible to avoid this sword strike for him. Myriad Demon's heaven definitely does not have such an evil technique. What kind of secret art are you cultivating? Wuxian shouted, gnashing his teeth as a sliver of fear could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such an evil technique before, and much to his surprise, it could actually swallow his small universe's foundation and make use of it. This kind of secret art went against the heavens. If everyone could cultivate it, it would not be this difficult to break through to the open heaven realm. Among the dozen or so sixth-order open heaven realm masters he had pulled into his small universe, Xianxia's was undoubtedly the strongest, but if there was anyone who posed the greatest threat to him, it would be this myriad demon's heaven disciple before him. Even now, Wuxian still couldn't understand why myriad demon's heaven's own men would ambush him. Meanwhile, Wuxian's projection also appeared in front of the other sixth-order masters of Voidland. Be that as it may, these projections weren't very strong at all. They were at most on par with their respective opponents, some of them even slightly weaker. Occasionally, they would launch a fierce attack, but it was clearly not working. Obviously, Wuxian was too distracted to control them all. At first, everyone was shocked by Wuxian's sudden appearance. Even a sickly tiger was quite fierce, so no one was confident facing a seventh-order master. But after exchanging a few blows, they discovered the truth and no longer panicked. The dozen or so battlefields were like a raging wildfire. Each time they clashed, they would cause damage to Wuxian's small universe to a certain extent, whereas Wuxian was constantly using his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Wuxian's foundation. Xianxia's several thousand meters tall half-dragon form was riddled with wounds and had many places where his dragon scales were blown off, a shocking sight to behold. Wuxian had placed most of his attention on him, giving Xianxia a really hard time. Although his life was in no danger, being constantly suppressed was not very enjoyable. Be that as it may, Xianxia was more than happy to see this status quo maintained. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Wuxian, and once he reached his limit, he would lose for sure. Wuxian was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so how could he fail to realize this? He was thinking of taking down Xianxia first and then deal with the others one by one. As long as Xianxia died, it did not matter how many sixth-order masters Voidland had. But after a while he realized that it was easier said than done. Even if he could push Xianxia into a corner, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Since things had come to this, he could only change his strategy. As the two figures clashed, Xianxia's spear struck Wuxian's figure, but no blood flowed out. Yang Kai wasn't surprised either. He had already noticed that Zuoquan Hui wasn't a real entity, but a lifelike projection. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his spear and looked around, but he could not spot Zuoquan Hui. Even his barrage of attacks which had never ceased had stopped. Yang Kai's heart clenched. This undoubtedly meant that Zuoquan Hui had no intention of hounding him and had instead focused his attention elsewhere. And on Voidland's side, Wu Kuang was the biggest threat to Zuoquan Hui. Wu Kuang was in danger. Although Yang Kai could take this opportunity to vandalize Zuoquan Hui's small universe, Wu Kuang would probably be killed by Zuoquan Hui in less than 10 breaths. Yang Kai instantly spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anyone's aura, let alone find Wu Kuang's location. Zuoquan Hui's aura was all around him and disrupting him. What should I do to get out of this? Yang Kai asked himself. He couldn't save Wu Kuang if he couldn't find him. Furthermore, once Zuoquan Hui killed Wu Kuang and the others, he could not be stopped. And Yang Kai would definitely not be able to completely destroy Zuoquan Hui's small universe before then. After a moment of consideration, Yang Kai slammed the Azure Dragon's spear into the ground and pressed his palms together before fiercely pulling them away from each other, as if he was trying to separate the whole world, shouting word by word, "Heaven and earth, open!" His small universe rapidly rotated before it suddenly manifested. The reason why Zuoquan Hui was able to manifest his small universe was because his small universe had already turned tangible. This was a trump card that could only be displayed by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Ordinary 6th-order masters would not be able to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai was able to do so, because his small universe had materialized from the very beginning. Yang Kai had no idea what the consequences of doing so would be. After all, he had never tried something like this ever before, but he knew that if he didn't do so, Wu Kuang would die without a doubt, and then the others would follow suit. Yang Kai's small universe instantly spread out, and he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. He could clearly feel that his small universe was now nested inside Zuoquan Hui's small universe, and the two small universes were overlapping each other, one within in the other. The bigger one belonged to Zuoquan Hui, while the smaller one belonged to him. An extremely uncomfortable feeling coursed through Yang Kai's body. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage and was being squeezed from every possible direction, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But the next moment, Yang Kai sensed the auras and locations of the others. He knew everything within his small universe like the back of his hand. Wu Kuang was indeed hanging by a thread, one of his arms limply hanging, connected only by skin and muscles. His body was covered in blood as he desperately tried to escape from Zuoquan Hui's assault. In the moment of life and death, he no longer had the time to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour energy. All he could focus on was preserving his life. Zuoquan Hui was everywhere, his sword following him like a shadow. Just when it looked that Wu Kuang was about to die, Zuoquan Hui's movements suddenly became sluggish. As Yang Kai's small universe spread out, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was trapped in a cage. But Zuoquan Hui did not feel good either. In contrast, he felt like his small universe had become bloated, like he had eaten far too much. He even found circulating his world force a little difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a slight pause just now. With such a good opportunity before him, Wu Kuang was finally able to escape from the jaws of death. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Zuoquan Hui didn't give chase and instead gazed around with a look of shock hanging on his face. Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, alongside the dozen or so other 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone had gathered. The others obviously hadn't realized what was happening, but since they were together again, it was better than fighting on their own. They looked at each other, and seeing that they had not lost anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're only a 6th order. How could you possibly manifest your small universe? Zuoquan Hui stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of your damn business. Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at him with an arrogant and unyielding look on his face, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. Your small universe has become tangible when you are only in the 6th order. You really are a rare genius. Zuoquan Hui sighed. Yang Kai sneered. Don't think that you can save your life just by some ass-kissing. Today, you are going to die, no matter how unwilling you are. Zuoquan Hui suddenly smiled and stated, now that our small universes are overlapping, if one of us suffers, we both suffer. This monarch wants to see how you will kill me now. Then you'd better open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yang Kai pointed his spear at Zuoquan Hui and coldly shouted, kill! But the people around him remained motionless. Yuhi nervously looked at him nervously. Young master, if everyone failed to understand what just happened before, why were they suddenly together when they were clearly separated? How could they not understand after hearing what Zuoquan Hui said? Much to their dismay, Yang Kai had actually manifested his small universe inside Zuoquan Hui's small universe world, endangering himself. It was really reckless of him, and just as Zuoquan Hui said, both of their small universes now shared the same fate. Whatever happened to one would happen to the other as well. If they were to really attack, it would not only destroy Zuoquan Hui's small universe, but also Yang Kai's small universe. Unless they could find a place where their small universes weren't overlapping, only then could they have a chance to only affect Zuoquan Hui. But as things stood, how could Zuoquan Hui allow them to do so? He was more than happy to see Yang Kai's fate tied to his. No one dared to act rashly in this current situation. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Yang Kai shouted. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't act now, we won't get another chance in the future. Yuhi's eyes turned red as she grit her teeth and shouted, young master, you must hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged straight towards Zuoquan Hui, closely followed by the other sixth-order master. Zuoquan Hui was extremely stunned. Boy, you're insane. Before Zuoquan Hui could finish cursing, he was forced to flee as a series of destructive divine abilities came shooting at him. His heart filled with shock at Yang Kai's ruthless determination. A series of explosions reverberated as the ground and the sky cracked at a spot where the small universes overlapped. Yang Kai spurted a large mouthful of blood as he felt his soul violently trembling. What he was doing was akin to sacrificing 800 of his soldiers to kill 1,000 of the enemies. Now, it all came down to who fell first, Zuoquan Hui or him. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and cursed, Wu Kuang, you bastard! Wu Kuang didn't attack Zuoquan Hui, but instead sat down sitting cross-legged, madly using the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the surrounding world force. Yang Kai was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Wu Kuang's act of devouring world force like this might be harming Zuoquan Hui, but Yang Kai couldn't escape from it either. Furthermore, he was so brazen that he actually sat down next to Yang Kai, as if he wanted the latter to protect him. Yang Kai could not wait to take out his azure dragon spear and plunge it right into his heart. However, Wu Kuang shamelessly raised his head and added with a serious look on his face, you should not divert your attention during this life and death battle. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and quickly took out a low-rank world fruit and swallowed it, forcefully calming his nerves. He then turned his head, avoiding looking at him. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Before refining the world fruit's medicinal efficacy, Yang Kai stuffed another one into his mouth. After eating 2 world fruits, Yang Kai finally had the confidence to drag Zuoquan Hui down to his death. He raised his head, looking at the battle that was raging on the other side. Zuoquan Hui was at the end of his rope, though he was still desperately struggling. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to step forward to help, but since the 2 small universes were stacked together now, he needed to exert all of his strength to interfere with Zuoquan Hui's control over the surrounding world. Had he not been suppressing Zuoquan Hui here, how could the latter be so weak? Zuoquan Hui had to divert some of his attention to deal with the attacks of a dozen or so sixth-order open heaven realm masters while enduring the backlash caused by the destruction to his small universe, while at the same time resist Yang Kai's interference. So how could he not be at a disadvantage? With time, Yang Kai could clearly feel his small universe's foundation rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 low-rank world fruits, allowing him to slowly replenish what he was losing, but he was still unable to make ends meet. Zuoquan Hui's situation was even worse. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. It looked as if he had reached the end of his road, and as he unleashed his divine abilities one after another, he no longer bore the awe-inspiring might of a seventh-order master. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of joy appeared on his face. He could feel Zuoquan Hui's small universe rapidly shrinking. Zuoquan Hui was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so his small universe was much bigger than Yang Kai, but now it was actually getting smaller. This way, it would be easier for him to suppress Zuoquan Hui. Sure enough, when their small universes broke that critical point, Zuoquan Hui's performance became much worse. As if this old man realized that he was doomed, his attacks became fiercer. It looked like he wanted to take a few people down with him before dying. How could Yang Kai allow him to do as he pleased? With a single thought, Yang Kai used his own divine abilities and coordinated with everyone else's attacks. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's figure came to a halt as his imposing momentum suddenly plummeted and he staggered, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, over a dozen divine abilities bombarded Zuoquan Hui, sending him flying like a paper kite before heavily crashing to the ground. It had not been that long, but he was now gasping for breath. However, no one dared to lower their guard as all of them gathered around him and waited. Yang Kai kicked Wu Kuang, who was sitting next to him motionlessly and was only focused on swallowing energy, to the ground. "Stop! Your table manners are beyond unsightly." After cursing and venting his anger, Yang Kai covered his mouth and lightly coughed, covering his palm in golden blood. Wu Kuang had obtained a great bargain, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai over his rude actions. He simply stood up and patted his butt, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Shouldering the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Zuoquan Hui, do you have any last words?" Zuoquan Hui, who was loudly wheezing, stared blankly into the void. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. "Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. Your cultivation has already fallen to the sixth order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life even if you survive, so why not just die?" When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zuoquan Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zuoquan Hui's cultivation had fallen to the sixth order open heaven realm, and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this seventh order open heaven realm master. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding? If Zuoquan Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the sixth order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zuoquan Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. "I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3,000 worlds." "You flatter me." Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. "Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it." Zuoquan Hui sighed. "After I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right?" Yang Kai raised his chin. "Don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible." "Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." Zuoquan Hui nodded. "It's up to you. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's." Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed. "You've got quite a vivid imagination." Zuoquan Hui smiled at him. "There will come a day when you will understand." Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, "Do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use?" Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. "Please enlighten me." Zuoquan Hui replied, "Because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this." The next moment, Zuoquan Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked. Zuoquan Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Zuoquan Hui had fallen to the Sixth Order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Zuoquan Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing. "Boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it." While he was laughing, Zuoquan Hui's head drooped down as he died. An inner sect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed. "Why can't this old dog just die peacefully?" Yang Kai's figure shook and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Zuoquan Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. The old man had broken his own small universe and poured his world force into Yang Kai's small universe. Not only was this energy not beneficial to Yang Kai though, it was akin to a kind of impurity as it was wholly incompatible with his own body. In short, this foreign energy was corroding his small universe. Had Yang Kai not quickly reacted and sealed off the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and allowed this energy to fill his small universe, it would have been difficult for him to remove it. He would have had to spend a great deal of time and energy in retreat. In other words, although high-rank open heaven realm masters could use this trump card to kill enemies, and it was their most powerful trump card at that, it could not be used lightly. Regardless of whether the enemy committed suicide or was killed, once their world force leaked out, it would be akin to swallowing a mouthful of poison. The price Zuoquan Hui had to pay to teach this lesson was not small, and the price to receive this lesson for Yang Kai was not small either. Yang Kai promptly turned his head to Wu Kuang, whereupon the latter snapped at him. "What?" He still had not forgotten that Yang Kai kicked him before. The heaven-devouring great emperor had never been a magnanimous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Yang Kai snorted. "If you're willing to take action, then do it. If you're not, then I won't force you. At worst, I'll just cut off this region. In any case, it'll only damage some of my foundation." Wu Kuang pretended to be slow-witted before he agreed. "Since you are asking for help, I'll help." As Wu Kuang activated the heaven-devouring battle law, the world force within the 10,000 kilometers radius madly flowed into his body. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master watching from the side instantly felt an instinctive sense of dread. Although they had seen Wu Kuang use the heaven-devouring battle law before, everyone had been fighting with Zuoquan Hui, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, when they got to see it so closely, they were all shocked. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wu Kuang activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death, so, although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wu Kuang finished in less than an hour. Yang Kai felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Zuoquan Hui in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 Sixth Order Masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation, and coupled with Wu Kuang's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from the star boundary, Yang Kai had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a sixth-order open heaven realm master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Zuoquan Hui, a seventh-order master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Zuoquan Hui's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Voidland's side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Xianxia, Ziyan, and the others be their opponents? When Yang Kai withdrew his small universe and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Xianxia and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the Sixth Order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the great emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Yang Kai appear with other Sixth-Order masters, the great emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Xianxia, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yang Kai give them this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured, and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Yang Kai took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time, and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo Mei stood behind him like guards. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Ziyan, Xianxiao, Pei Wenxian, Huang Mao, and Dan Yang were all brought before Yang Kai. Among the 5, Ziyan was glaring at Yang Kai while Huang Mao and Dan Yang's eyes flickered with regret and fear. On the other hand, Xianxiao and Pei Wenxian both stood up straight and wore calm expressions, like they were not captives at all, especially Pei Wenxian, who was even in the mood to size up Wu Kuang. He still didn't understand why his junior brother had suddenly changed sides. Coincidentally, Wu Kuang also looked towards him with interest. His eyes were shining brightly, like when a lecher saw a beautiful woman, causing Pei Wenxian's face to turn pale and his heart to quickly pound. "Where is my honored master? What did you do to him?" Ziyan gnashed her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she had some inkling of an idea, she still refused to believe it. Yang Kai raised his head and sneered. "Since I'm here, can't you guess what happened to your master?" "Impossible." Ziyan's eyes almost started shooting flames, but the next moment, her pupils constricted when they landed on the corpse casually tossed before her by Yang Kai. Before Zuoquan Hui died, he was struck by a dozen or so divine abilities. He might have died in the end, but his body was completely mutilated and beyond recognition. "Honored master." Ziyan's eyes filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Looking at her honored master's body, she couldn't help but recall all the things she had experienced in Thousand Crane Paradise. Her honored master's sincere guidance, her senior brother's love, and her junior brother's respect. She had no worries back then, but now her junior brother was dead, her senior brother was dead, and even her honored master was dead. All of them had died at the hands of this bastard. "I'll kill you." Ziyan leapt forward. Her cultivation might have been sealed and she might not have been able to bring out her strength, but her sharp teeth still bit towards Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai turned the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand and thrust its butt into her soft belly. Ziyan immediately fell to her knees and hunched over, unable to catch her breath for a long time. Yang Kai lifted her chin with the tip of his spear and stated in a cold voice, "Zhao Xing died because he provoked me first. Furthermore, he wanted to kill me too, so he got what he deserved. As fellow disciples, if you want to take revenge for him, I have nothing to say, but since you want to take revenge, you should be mentally prepared to be killed by me. At the end of the day, the winner is the king, and the loser is the villain." Ziyan's eyes welled as she looked at him. Her eyes became lifeless and filled with despair. The next moment, she suddenly threw herself forward. Yang Kai withdrew his spear just in time. The sharp azure dragon spear only left a red mark on her throat. "Kill me! Kill me!" Ziyan madly screamed, wanting to rush forward and beg for death. But Luan Baifeng pressed her down to the ground, causing her to endlessly whimper. Yang Kai added lightly, "Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death, but not now. You have more use to me alive than dead." Saying so, he turned to Huang Mao and Dan Yang. The two immediately got down on one knee without a moment of hesitation and cupped their fists together. "We are willing to submit to you, willing to lay down our lives for you, come hell or high water." Yang Kai chuckled. "Look at her, how unyielding she is. She prefers to die honorably than to live on in shame. On the other hand, the two of you, two grown men, are acting so subserviently. It's really disappointing. If you don't blush, I'll blush." As expected, the faces of the two remaining ancestors of Heavenly Sword Union turned red. However, their pride and honor were nothing when their lives were on the line. Not to mention bowing, they could even endure greater humiliation if it let them survive. Huang Mao lowered his head and stated, "Heavenly Sword Union had overestimated itself and made an enemy out of you, Heavenly Monarch Yang. So we have only ourselves to blame for falling into such a situation. However, we were forced to do so." Zuoquan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Heavenly Sword Union was unable to refuse him. "Heavenly Monarch, please understand." Dan Yang also added, "Although this old master is old, I'm still able to kill enemies for the Heavenly Monarch. Right now, only Huang Mao and I are left of Heavenly Sword Union. If Heavenly Monarch can let bygones be bygones, Heavenly Sword Union will become a branch of Voidland in the future, only following the orders of Voidland from now on. Heavenly Sword Union might be bruised and battered, and they might have lost all of their open heaven realm cultivators except for these 6th Order masters, but they still had their inheritances which had been passed down through the years, and their foundation was still intact. Anyone would be tempted with such a huge price before them. However, Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply stared into the sky. "Hundreds of my Void Land's open heaven realm masters have lost their lives in this war. All of them had families, husbands, wives, or children, but none of them had made any mistakes. If I let you two old bastards live, how can my Void Land's dead rest in peace?" Yang Kai had clearly made up his mind to cut the weeds and pull out roots. With Void Land's current foundation, they did not need Heavenly Sword Union at all, so it could just disappear from the face of the 3,000 worlds. Although his voice was calm and gentle, it sounded like a thunderclap to Huang Mao and Dan Yang's ears. The two of them immediately fell to the ground, and their faces turned ashen. Yang Kai then turned to Xianxia and Pei Wenxian, smiling, "What about the two of you? Do you want to die or beg for mercy?" Xianxia sighed in helplessness. "As you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can do whatever you want. It's your choice." Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "Do you have the guts to kill us? Didn't you mention Zhao Xing just now? Have you forgotten what happened already?" Yang Kai indifferently looked at him, while Pei Wenxian stared back at him fearlessly in response. With a flash of light, Yang Kai flicked his spear, all while maintaining that same indifferent look on his face. The next moment, something fell to the ground with a thud. Pei Wenxian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a severed arm lying there. The cut was completely clean, like butter cut with a hot knife. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Pei Wenxian stretched out his other hand and covered the wound left by his severed arm. But he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He immediately shouted in horror, "You dare! I'm a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven." Yang Kai tilted his head, calm and relaxed. "So, core disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven also bark like stray dogs." The nearby Xianxiao gulped hard. Although he looked at Pei Wenxian with a look of sympathy, he didn't dare to say anything. Rather, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't fought back just now. Yang Kai might not dare to kill them, but torturing them was not a problem. Pei Wenxian had lost an arm, so unless he could find a heaven-defying medicine that could regenerate his limb, his strength would forever be greatly reduced. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stated in a deep voice. Of course, I haven't forgotten about Zhao Xing. Zuoquan Hui took revenge for his disciple, even going so far as to rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. Unfortunately, he still died a miserable death. Saying so, Yang Kai kicked the corpse he had just thrown out and added, smiling. After you die, who in myriad demons' heaven will avenge you? That old dog Zhuo Let him try. Today, I can kill Zuoquan Hui. Tomorrow I can kill Zhuo In Xian Zhao's face suddenly paled. You're really planning on killing us? Yang Kai glanced at him through the corner of his eyes. What do you think? Xian Zhao didn't say anything, fearing that he might just make things worse. After all, Yang Kai was still young and hot-blooded, so he could easily act on impulse. Originally, you and I didn't have any deep enmity with each other. It was just that we didn't like one another. Then, Xian Zhao, you hunted me down in the blood monster cave heaven. And if it weren't for Chu Huashang carrying me and escaping, how could I have survived? Pei Wenxian, there was only a small grudge between us. It's normal for young people to fight and compete, but why did you have to act as if you and I had a life-or-death grudge? Why did you get involved in the mess between Heavenly Sword Union and my Voidland? Since you want to kill me, I naturally can't let you live. The blood drained from Xian Zhao's face. Wu Kuang licked his lips. Boy, I'll ask you for a favor. The moment Wu Kuang stuck out his nose, Yang Kai knew what he was pulling, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Pei Wenxian. Wu Kuang nodded. It would be even better if you leave the other one too. Are you still not full? Wu Kuang patted his stomach. My appetite is big. There's nothing I can do about it. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but shudder. Yang Kai remained seated for a while before waving his hand. Whatever. Just take them away. Wu Kuang guffawed and gave the other man a thumbs up. You're indeed generous, kid. Upon finishing his words, Wu Kuang pushed his world force and engulfed Xian Zhao and the others with it. Following that, he turned into a demonic cloud and shot into the sky. Yang Kai looked up and shouted, Clean up everything. Don't leave any traces behind. Wu Kuang's voice was heard coming from the distance. Don't worry. That old ghost is now a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With a conflicted gaze, Bustling World Great Emperor watched as Wu Kuang left. When he was in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, he failed in his attempt to kill Wu Kuang. Instead, his body was almost taken over by the latter. Their souls ended up living in the same body for many years, and their enmity slowly subsided as they had gone through some hardships together. After killing Great Demon God Emoshang, Wu Kuang left and there had not been any news about him since. Bustling World Great Emperor had never expected to come across him on this day. He was able to recognize Wu Kuang even though the latter's appearance was completely different now. Over the past few years, the Great Emperors had been cultivating in seclusion in Voidland. With Voidland as their support, there had never been a lack of resources. However, it wasn't until recently that they made it to the Sixth Order. On the other hand, it appeared that Wu Kuang had achieved an ascension much earlier than them. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang had been making a living on his own, but he was still able to attain such achievements. This fact alone made Duan Hongchun realize that he was no match for him. Wu Kuang lived up to his name as the strongest great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary. That was Wu Kuang? Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen suddenly exclaimed as he had just realized it. Duan Hongchun nodded gently. The corners of Zhan Wuhen's brow twitched. No wonder I found that guy annoying the first time he entered my eyes. Junior brother Yang. Qing Kuei dashed towards Yang Kai. Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian cannot die. Earlier, he saw Wu Kuang using the heaven-devouring battle law, and now he brought Xian Zhao and the others away. It was obvious to him what fate awaited them. He was also shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. After a cough, Yang Kai turned to look at him and replied with a smile. I know what you're worried about, senior brother Qing. You know nothing. Qing Kuei turned solemn. After you killed Zhao Xing, only Zuoquan Hui and the others came over to retaliate against you. That was because Inyang Cave Heaven interfered and resisted most of the pressure for you. Now that traitors on paper like Zuoquan Hui are dead, Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise won't do anything to you even though they're resentful. Otherwise, they'll have to openly offend Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian are different. If you let someone kill them, Myriad Demons Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven will never let you off. By then, more than one Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master will come to destroy you. Yang Kai batted his eyes with an innocent expression. No one from Void Land killed them. Did anyone see it? Wu Kuang wasn't a member of Void Land. Strictly speaking, he was just a traitor from Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to bring those people back to the Great Territory where the star boundary was located and kill them to further nourish the World Tree. However, if Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were really killed there, some faint traces might be left behind. Moreover, after the previous epic battle, the World Tree had obtained quite a lot of nourishment, so there wasn't a need to provide more for it now. That was the reason Yang Kai gave up on that idea. A frustrated Qin Kuei stared at him. It is a well-known fact that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao assisted Heavenly Sword Union to make things difficult for Voidland in the past. Both Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui were destroyed, so if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao are also killed, even a fool will figure out that it has something to do with Voidland. In fact, there's no need for any witnesses at all. Do you think the two cave heavens will go easy on you? They'll settle the issue with brute force. Yang Kai chuckled. I absolutely agree with you, Senior Brother Qing. However, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao repeatedly made things difficult for me in the past. Previously on the Prison Star, I intended to make use of the Prison League's power to kill them, but Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others proved unreliable. That was the reason they managed to flee. Now that there's such a great chance, I naturally wouldn't let them leave. I'll feel nauseated if I ever see them again. Qin Kuei was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the ground. Don't you get it, Junior Brother Yang? They can't be killed. Although Voidland is fairly powerful now. Yang Kai raised his hand to cut him off. Senior Brother Qing, even if I'm willing to let them off, someone else won't let them live. Why don't you try to persuade that person instead of me? That person? Qin Kuei became startled for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai was talking about Wu Kuang. That's right, Wu Kuang was technically a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, but he launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui and cultivated an extremely evil secret art. If such secrets were exposed, he would never be able to settle down in any place even though the 3,000 worlds was so expansive. Certainly, Wu Kuang would want to silence all witnesses to his crimes. Therefore, it was pointless for Qin Kuei to keep persuading Yang Kai. A moment later, Qin Kuei snapped out of his dazed state and sighed. You've really made a huge mistake this time. Yang Kai got up with difficulty and patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. I believe that person will not leave any traces behind. Shen Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven might speculate that their disciples were killed by me, but they can't do anything to me since they don't have any evidence. Qin Kuei put on a helpless smile as he thought that Yang Kai was oversimplifying things. If the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they didn't need any evidence. A simple doubt was a good enough reason for them to make a move. Junior Brother Yang, there's one more thing you need to know. If Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian are really killed, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven will immediately find out about it. After all, they are core disciples of their sects, so they must have left behind soul lamps in their headquarters. Once they die, their soul lamps will go out as well. The two cave heavens will definitely send some people over once that happens. Yang Kai frowned. Will they be able to find out that those people were killed here? Qin Kuei nodded with a solemn expression. Given the powers of the senior experts of those cave heavens, they can definitely do that even though it might take a while. Yang Kai arched his brow. In that case, we're running short on time. Following a pause, he continued. There's one thing I need you to help me with, Senior Brother Qing. Qin Kuei replied. Just tell me straight away. Since Honored Master has sent Junior Sister and me to help you, we'll follow your commands. Yang Kai cut to the chase and said, I need you to go back to Inyang Cave Heaven and invite Martial Uncle Su to come to the star boundary. Qin Kuei raised his brow in confusion upon hearing that, but soon understanding something, he said in shock, Junior Brother Yang, you, Suddenly, Yang Kai put on a smile. I'm a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, and I've gained some benefits from the sect. Martial Uncle Su has been treating me well, as he had even let me enter the divine armament world once. Now that I have gained some benefits of my own, I naturally can't gobble everything up by myself. When you return to Inyang Cave Heaven, Senior Brother Qing, please help me inform Martial Uncle Su that I have a gift for him. Suing Shui, who had chosen to take a passive role up until now, appeared surprised as well. Upon realizing the other man's intention, Qing Kuei became excited. In that case, I'll not hide anything about what went on in the star boundary. Yang Kai chuckled. It can't be hidden. The secret of the star boundary will be exposed sooner or later. If possible, tell Martial Uncle Su to invite some of the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises he's on good terms with to come to the star boundary as well. Qing Kuei examined him and remarked, You're pretty audacious, junior brother. There was a bitter smile on Yang Kai's face. It's not possible for us to monopolize such a big piece of fat. Rather than waiting for other people to come snatch it, I'd rather expose the truth myself and negotiate to remain on top. Following the transformation of the star boundary, the world tree started growing madly and amplified its heritage, which allowed the cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Even Yang Kai's father and mother, whose aptitudes were average at best, could still easily make it to the fourth order open heaven realm, with hope of ascending to the fifth order. If cultivators with exceptional aptitudes started cultivating in the star boundary from a young age, they might be able to directly ascend to the sixth order or even the seventh order. It could be said that star boundary was now the best cradle for nurturing future open heaven realm masters. Nowhere else in the entire 3,000 worlds was comparable to it. Certainly, Yang Kai would have monopolized such a precious place if he could. However, life was not a bed of roses. In the past, no one bothered to come to the star boundary as it was located in a very remote area. Now that the world tree had matured though, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. No one could stop this secret from spreading. Moreover, following the death of Xianxia and Pei Wenxian, those from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely come over to investigate. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. It was true that Voidland was fairly strong now as there were two divine spirits residing in its headquarters. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But in the end, that was just Voidland's headquarters. There were not many powerful cultivators in the star boundary. It could be said that over 1,000 open heaven realm masters, more than 20 of them were in the sixth order, were a force to be reckoned with, but any cave heaven or paradise could easily deploy such a powerful force with ease. Yang Kai didn't think they could win if they were faced with any of those great forces, not to mention that Shen Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would probably join forces to deal with them. In order to survive, those from Voidland had to make use of the power of others. Only other cave heavens and paradises could deal with the cave heavens and paradises. However, without enough benefits, there was no reason for those forces to make a move. Although Su Linggong was close to Yang Kai, he was unable to represent the entire Inyang Cave Heaven. Since they were running out of time, Qing Kuei decided to leave immediately as Inyang Cave Heaven was far away. Fortunately, since he was on his own, he could make use of universe temples to move around faster. It would probably take him 3 to 4 months to go there and come back. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven probably wouldn't be able to find the star boundary in just 3 to 4 months. Su Shui didn't leave. Since she was a disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, she might prove to be useful if anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai stopped letting his thoughts run wild as he turned his head and raised his hand. Tell him to come over. Earlier, when Lu Baiyang noticed that the battle had ended, he decided to come over and have a look, but he waited at a distance so as not to appear rude. Upon stepping into this place though, he felt his chest tightening when he saw the pale young man who was covered in blood and the people around him. He was already the strongest cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent, but he was still unable to sense the true cultivation of these people. As he swept a glance over them, he realized that the aura of every one of them was extremely imposing. Then, when he recalled the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering noises just now, he realized that the powers of these people far exceeded his own. In a respectful manner, he cupped his fist. Blue Cloud's Continent Lu Baiyang, greet seniors. Yang Kai examined him and nodded gently. A promising man indeed. Faced with formidable enemies, Lu Baiyang was still determined to defend his homeland. At the most critical moment, he even obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will, thus allowing him to become a great emperor and condense his Dao seal. Therefore, it was obvious that even though Lu Baiyang was still weak right now, he was a resolute person. Yang Kai recalled that when the great emperors of the star boundary had to face the great demon god, their situation was similar to that of Lu Baiyang. The only difference was that no powerful cultivators showed up and helped them at that time. However, on this day, those from Voidland appeared and killed the enemies, thus solving the crisis for this place. Lu Baiyang appeared somewhat bashful. Many thanks for your compliments, senior. What's this place called? Yang Kai asked. Lu Baiyang replied respectfully, Senior, this is Blue Cloud's continent. He felt his heart pounding against his chest, thinking that these were indeed the senior experts that came from somewhere else. That was the reason they were not even aware of this world's name. He had previously speculated that there was a wider world and greater martial Dao outside the Blue Cloud's continent, but that remained a speculation that couldn't be proven. Nevertheless, what he had gone through on this day proved his theory right. Upon seeing the other man's fervent gaze, Yang Kai put on a smile. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the will of this world and condensed your Dao seal, thus allowing you to become a great emperor. After that, you'll need to refine various resources to condense the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Once you accomplish this, you must split heaven and earth apart within your body, allowing you to step into the open heaven realm. There was a longing expression on Lu Baiyang's face as he muttered in a dazed state. Split heaven and earth apart? Yang Kai went on to say, We will remain here for some time, so I will have someone explain the abstrusity of the open heaven realm to you at a later point. An elated Lu Baiyang saluted him. Many thanks for your kindness, senior. It was like passing through a forest as a blind man when he cultivated on his own. If he could get the advice of some senior expert, it could save him time and allow him to take the correct path. It was expected that he was pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai waved his hand. The calamity that befell your Blue Cloud's continent is partly my responsibility, and your homeland has suffered immense losses as a result. Just see it as my compensation to you. Naturally, Lu Baiyang wouldn't dare to seriously take it as compensation. Then, Yang Kai changed the topic by asking, How old is the Blue Cloud's continent? Since Lu Baiyang had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blue Cloud's continent and become a great emperor, he was definitely the one who knew this universe world the best. When Yang Kai became a great emperor in the past, the entire process of the star boundary's birth and growth played out in his mind. He supposed that Lu Baiyang had gone through a similar experience. After giving it a thought, Lu Baiyang replied, It's about 1 million years old. Yang Kai nodded. It's quite young. A universe world that was born roughly 1 million years ago could be considered very young, and it was now confirmed that this place was a newborn great territory. Mo Mei, Yang Kai called out. Mo Mei took a few steps forward. Yes, Sect Master. Go back to the star boundary and bring some people over. Tell them to form into groups to explore this great territory. If they discover anything of importance, report it to me immediately. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Mo Mei turned around and left. This newborn great territory was a lucrative ownerless land. Since Yang Kai had discovered this place, he definitely wanted to take control of it. If there were any hidden treasures in this great territory, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters would certainly be able to find some traces. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a great chance. Void Land was tight on money right now, with a territory gate blockaded by those from Heavenly Sword Union, which was led by Zuoquan Hui. For a few years and influencing trade, all of Voidland's resources had been used up, so they seriously needed to replenish their reserves. Otherwise, it would be hard for their disciples to cultivate. Business in Void Star City had to be restored, and the problem regarding the lack of resources in Voidland had to be settled. Yang Kai also needed to make some future plans for the star boundary. Even though they had defeated Zuoquan Hui, they had to deal with a lot of issues. All these were giving him a headache, as it wasn't until he began trying to solve these problems that he realized how difficult it would be to do so. He missed his days when he basically acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper despite being a sect master. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy in the epic battle. So Yang Kai told them to get some rest and asked Yu He to teach Lu Baiyang some basic knowledge about the open heaven realm before he started cultivating. Zuoquan Hui collapsed his small universe before his death, allowing his world force to contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off his small universe in time, and Wu Kuang had activated the heaven-devouring battle law to gobble up the mixed heritage, some of Zuoquan Hui's world force still managed to leak into Yang Kai's wider small universe. The power that belonged to Zuoquan Hui was no different from impurities for Yang Kai. He had to get rid of it sooner rather than later, or else it would affect his foundation. Lu Baiyang personally led Yang Kai to a secluded place where he could cultivate, a restricted area of the top 4 sects in the Blue Clouds continent. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was definitely a good place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land of the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. However, after the Great Battle, the area around Tranquil Heaven's Peak was destroyed, and the peak itself was gone for good. Lu Baiyang was the most powerful cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent who was respected by all. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. Therefore, Yang Kai successfully entered the restricted area of this sect called Primordial Sect. It wasn't that he insisted on cultivating in a restricted area. As to him, he could just cultivate anywhere. However, since Lu Baiyang had mentioned it, he didn't think it was appropriate to turn him down. The elders of Primordial Sect were beside Lu Baiyang the whole time, and the fact that Lu Baiyang treated this young man respectfully, as though he was the latter's disciple, terrified them. They were fully aware of Lu Baiyang's capabilities. He was the most powerful master in the Blue Clouds continent, so why would he still treat someone else in such a solemn manner? These elderly people were doubtful as they couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Eventually, the sect master of Primordial Sect summoned his courage and asked, "Saint Lu, who is that, sir?" Saint was an honorific given to Lu Baiyang by the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. Other than his cultivation, he also received this title because of his temperament. However, at this moment, Lu Baiyang appeared bashful as he took a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. He reckoned that he didn't deserve the honorific since he was so weak. Upon seeing that there wasn't a change in her expression though, he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "He's a senior expert from the outside world. The noises we heard before were the fallout of Senior clashing with his enemies." The people from Primordial Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, the world-shattering noises reverberated across the entire Blue Clouds continent. Many of them thought that the end had arrived. It wasn't until this moment that they realized those were the repercussions of a battle. Even the fallout was so horrifying, so how powerful was the person who made the move in the first place? Furthermore, Lu Baiyang had mentioned the words, "senior expert." The people from Primordial Sect still couldn't believe what they had heard. Lu Baiyang waved his hand. "All of you should treat him with respect. No one should approach Senior without his permission." All of them obediently saluted. "Yes, Saint Lu." It was then Lu Baiyang bent his back at Yu He. "Many thanks, Senior." Yu He replied with a smile. "Since it is the young master's order, I will definitely do my best. By the way, stop calling me Senior. I'm not that old." Lu Baiyang hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was excited, he took a glance at the elders of Primordial Sect, but appeared hesitant. Knowing what was on his mind, Yu He said with a smile, "You're quite generous. The average person who has obtained such an opportunity would never expose it, but you're willing to share it with the others. It is no wonder that you were able to gain the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor at the most critical moment." A humble Lu Baiyang replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Madam." Yu He put on a bright smile as she seemed pleased with the title. Then she said amicably, "Others are welcome to join. It's not a secret anyway. Just some common knowledge from where we come from. It's just that the Blue Clouds continent is fairly isolated, so you know nothing about the outside world." Lu Baiyang let out a long breath. "Many thanks, madam. He then sent a signal to the others from Primordial Sect. These elderly people felt their hearts racing as they said in unison, "Many thanks, madam." They previously thought that this beautiful woman was just a maidservant, but it wasn't until Lu Baiyang called her senior that they realized they had greatly underestimated her. She was also one of these senior experts. They had no idea what this woman wanted them to listen to, but it must be some valuable information since Lu Baiyang regarded it as important. The sect master of Primordial Sect then led all of them to a grand hall and invited Yu He to take the head seat. These people in the hall were the cultivators at the peak of martial Tao in the eyes of the commoners in the Blue Clouds continent. But at this moment, they were seated with straight backs and looked attentively at Yu He, as though they were disciples awaiting a lecture. Yu He then talked about the classification of the martial Tao. After she was done with explaining the Emperor Realm and the World's Will, she went on to talk about great emperors and Tao seals. Lu Baiyang and the elders of Primordial Sect felt as though they had been struck by a huge wave. The classification of the martial Tao was unified across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, the 3,000 worlds were well connected and communication was frequent. However, in this new great territory, the martial Tao was classified in a slightly different way. It was vaguer than from the outside world. In comparison, they realized that the classification system mentioned by this beautiful woman was more comprehensive and logical. They fell into their thoughts and realized that they were in the Emperor Realm, just like what she had said. At the mention of the World's Will and the great emperors, those from Primordial Sect started breathing rapidly. Yu He said with a smile, "Every universe world can be thought of as a bottle with certain limits, oftentimes referred to as the world's bottle. The number of great emperors any universe world can support depends on the limit of the world's bottle. Even though there's only one great emperor in the Blue Clouds continent now, there will be more in the future." The sect master of Primordial Sect took a deep breath and looked fervently at Yu He. "So, all of us have a chance to become great emperors?" Yu He smiled and nodded. "You'll have the chance as long as you manage to gain acknowledgement from the world." These people traded glances with excitement. This was truly a piece of shocking news. They previously thought that Lu Baiyang was already at the peak of the martial Tao, but they hadn't expected to find out there were more powerful beings in the outside world. With a clear goal in sight, they naturally wanted to work hard to tread further upon the martial Tao. The sect master of Primordial Sect asked humbly, "How does one go about gaining such acknowledgement?" Yu He only shook her head with a smile. They thought that she wasn't willing to expose such a secret, but no one dared to complain. Lu Baiyang, on the other hand, asked with a frown, "Madam, what happens to the others of the Blue Clouds continent once the world's bottle's limit is reached? Does that mean it becomes impossible for them to advance further on the martial Tao?" "Naturally not. The great emperors can make use of the world's will to condense their Tao seals, but it doesn't mean those who are unable to become great emperors can't do so as well. I've never been a great emperor myself. As long as one can find their own grand Tao, they can continue rising. Alternatively, they can make use of heavenly Tao pills or other similar spirit pills. Many people in the outer universe rely on such pills to condense their Tao seals." In comparison, Yu He was evidently more amiable to Lu Baiyang, but that wasn't because he was the strongest amongst these people. She was now a sixth-order open heaven master, so emperors and great emperors were no different to her, ants she could squash with a snort. The main reason was that Lu Baiyang was truly concerned about his world and people, which was proven to be true in their conversation. The Emperor Realm Masters of Primordial Sect only cared about whether they would be able to secure a place in the world's bottle. On the other hand, Lu Baiyang was concerned about how others could move forward once the limit in the world's bottle was reached. That was why Yu He regarded him highly. Half a day later, all of them left the place with excitement. Yu He's narration seemed to have opened the door to a new world for them, allowing them to know that besides the Blue Clouds continent, there were more universe worlds that they were not aware of out there. Outside of their own great territory that consisted of many universe worlds, there were even more great territories. The Emperor Realm was followed by the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. They had never heard about such things before. Ignoring the sentiment of those from Primordial Sect, Lu Baiyang asked for Yu He's opinion about sharing what they had learned with others. Upon receiving her permission, he gathered all the Emperor Realm Masters in the continent together 2 months later and told them everything he knew. He also explained to them what happened in the Blue Clouds continent on that day. Certainly, Lu Baiyang wouldn't lie to them, so upon hearing his words, all of them broke into a commotion. 5 days after the epic battle against Zuoquan Hui, more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Void Land streamed into this new great territory. Groups of 2 were formed and each pair picked a direction and flew off to begin scouring this great territory. Half a month later, many of the 6th Order open heaven realm masters, who had recovered, could no longer contain their urge to explore the new great territory. The new great territory was full of mysteries. They naturally had to personally find out about the opportunities and risks in this place. Only Yu He and Suing Shui were left in Primordial Sect to handle the more administrative affairs. 1 month later, Yang Kai finally left the restricted area. He had managed to get rid of the impurities from Zuoquan Hui's small universe, but the loss of heritage he had suffered in that battle couldn't be replenished in a short time. His decision to merge his own small universe with that of Zuoquan Hui in a final attempt to kill him turned out to be harmful to him, which was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to kill Zuoquan Hui in the end. Seeing that Yang Kai had come out of the restricted area, Yu He hurriedly approached him and called out, "Young Master." Yang Kai nodded at both Yu He and Suing Shui, then asked, "How's the situation in this great territory?" An excited Yu He replied, "This great territory is very vast. It's been a short time since the exploration started, so we haven't found out where the boundaries are. However, we've discovered many universe worlds with ample resources, even though their orders are fairly low." Yang Kai arched his brow. That's good news. There was a lack of resources in Voidland now. The issue could be alleviated if they could get some resources from this great territory. "Have you discovered any open heaven realm masters?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He shook her head. "No. Many of the universe worlds only have the most basic forms of life. There are not even living creatures with sentience. We've discovered 2 universe worlds where there are living beings, but the martial Tao there is even lower than that of Blue Cloud's continent." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Now we can be certain that it's a newborn great territory. Only in a newborn great territory would the martial Tao be so low in so many places. There wasn't even a single open heaven realm master to be found. There's one interesting place, though. Do you want to have a look, young master?" Yu He asked. Yang Kai shot her a glance and burst into laughter. "Since you've said so, it must be very interesting. Let's go." Yu He pressed her lips together and smiled. "Please come with me, young master." Upon finishing her words, she leaped into the sky, followed by Yang Kai and Suing Shui. Yu He then shot off in a certain direction. Over 1,000 disciples from Voidland had scattered everywhere in this great territory. Once they discovered a place that was worth their attention, they would immediately head to the Blue Clouds continent to report it to Yu He, who would then let Yang Kai make a decision after the latter exited his retreat. Although 1 month had passed, they were still unable to have a clear picture of the entire great territory. With that said, they had made a lot of discoveries. As they moved forward, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and asked, "What order do you think Lu Baiyang can achieve?" Yu He replied, "I've checked his Tao seal, and I believe he'll definitely be able to reach the 5th Order. It will be difficult for him to directly ascend to the 6th Order." Yang Kai nodded his head. He's the first great emperor in that universe world who has the blessing of the world's will. The 5th Order will be pretty good for him. The cultivators who could directly ascend to the 6th Order open heaven realm were core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. For every sect, they would probably only get one such disciple every 1,000 years or so. Having said that, with the transformation in the star boundary, turning it into an open heaven realm cradle, Yang Kai wasn't able to foretell what would happen from now on. Perhaps directly ascending to the 6th Order would be the norm in the future. "Do you want to ask him to join Voidland, young master?" Yu He asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile. "This great territory is like the back garden of Voidland now, so whether or not he joins Voidland makes no difference. Tell someone to send over a set of materials condensed from the gourd vine to help him ascend to the open heaven realm." Given his temperament, I believe he won't be ungrateful." Upon hearing that, Xianxia rolled her eyes. "You've asked Senior Brother Qing to invite our honored master to come over alongside his friends from the other cave heavens and paradises, and now you also want to keep this entire great territory as Voidland's back garden? I don't think that's feasible." After all, Xianxia himself had said that Voidland was unable to gobble up so many treasures on its own. This new great territory was also such a treasure. A nonchalant Xianxia replied, "Feasible or not, that will depend on how I'm going to make it happen." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction as there was a world with a golden glow hovering in the void there. Even though it was far away, Xianxia could still clearly feel a stunning aura coming right at him from over there. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that. Yui fished out a jade slip and took a look before stating, "There are no living creatures in this universe world, but it contains ample metal element materials." Two disciples looked into it and found out that the materials were only in the second and third order. However, if we dig deeper into the ground, we might be able to get metal element materials of higher orders. Xianxia sighed. "I recall reading from an ancient book that all newborn great territories are extremely rich in resources. I couldn't imagine it in the past, but now it seems that it's true. The currently known great territories in the 3,000 worlds were all born at some point in time. During that period of time, they were also stuffed full of resources. However, as time passed, the resources gradually became depleted and disappeared from the people's sight. The universe world before their eyes was a treasure vault that couldn't be found anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds. If all the resources were extracted out of this treasure vault, that would translate into immense wealth." Yui said, "Besides this universe world that contains metal element materials, we've also discovered similar worlds that have wood element and fire element materials. There's also a sealing yang domain." A surprised Xianxia asked, "A sealing yang domain?" Yui smiled and nodded. In the past, the place where Bai Qi ascended to the open heaven realm was also a sealing yang domain. It was originally a restricted zone belonging to Golden Rainbow Province. Those from Golden Rainbow Province discovered it a long time ago, but they used it as bait to lure the proprietress and Bai Qi out. In the end, the sealing yang domain was destroyed following an intense battle. The proprietress was thorough at that time as Bao Qi almost lost his life. So, those from Golden Rainbow Province had also suffered immense losses since the sealing yang domain was now gone for good. It was during that time when the proprietress made a heart demon oath. Unless she could destroy Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, she would never ascend to the 7th order in her lifetime. Yang Qi was abundant in a sealing yang domain as it could infinitely produce yang element materials of different orders. Out of the yin, yang, and 5 elements, yin and yang element materials were the rarest. A sealing yang domain was definitely more valuable than the metal element universe world. Xianxia repeatedly said "good" in order to express his joy. It strengthened his notion of making this great territory the back garden of Voidland. Even though this move would cause some disputes, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to harm his interests. At that moment, Xianxia supposed he should thank the old dog Zuoquan Hui. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't made use of his power and opened up a territory gate, Xianxia wouldn't have discovered this new great territory that would bring tremendous benefits to Voidland. However, this issue was also giving him a headache. There were many places in this new great territory that needed exploration. The small number of universe worlds that contained a huge amount of resources already required a lot of manpower to mine. It had only been 100 years since the star boundary last experienced its biggest war, and since the population had shrunk significantly, they were unable to bear such a burden. Xianxia believed that he could use the help of Void territory. After all, Voidland now directly managed over 10 universe worlds, so they could bring some people over to help out. As they kept flying forward, they soon arrived at the sealing yang domain. It was a small star that accompanied a dead star, but it contained an abundance of yang qi. The yang qi permeating the entire star was in the 3rd order. In other words, if any cultivators intended to ascend to the 3rd order, they could just come here and refine the ambient yang qi. There wasn't a need for them to look for yang element materials elsewhere. It was true that world creation was absolutely abstruse. Then, The trio kept flying forward for 10 more days before they arrived at their destination. As Yang Kai looked dazedly at the place where swirling clouds of dust and light were weltering, he could clearly feel a chaotic aura coming from it. Lightning would strike from time to time, as though it was ready to claw through the clouds and break free from the chaos. The aura of a new world permeated a large area of the void. Chaos stirs and a world is born, Yang Kai exclaimed while Suing Shui widened her eyes. Although Yuhi had already learned about it from the exploring disciples, she still fell into a dazed state when she actually saw it. A while later, she nodded her head and continued, "This is our biggest discovery yet, young master. However, we're not sure when the chaos will be broken. Only when that time comes will a new world really be born." Yang Kai carefully sensed it but still couldn't figure anything out. He said helplessly, "I have no idea as well." Then, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, "If anyone dares to lay his paws on this great territory in the future, I'll definitely cut off his hand." Seeing that he suddenly became so emotional, Yuhi broke into a fit of giggles while Suing Shui just glowered at him. The reason Voidland Star City could gain popularity and become a first-class star city in a few years was because they had Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills wasn't really a secret. After all, it was bought by Yang Kai from the Red Cloud's auction house, so those from Red Cloud's Paradise definitely still had a copy of it. It wasn't that the alchemists of Red Cloud's Paradise were not skillful enough. It was just that they lacked the main ingredient, which was world source liquid. That was the reason they were unable to refine such pills. Yang Kai could do that because he had world source liquid with him. World source liquid would only appear when a new world was born, so it had basically become extinct across the 3,000 worlds. No world in the 3,000 worlds was newly born, which was why they were unable to find more world source liquid. However, in the depths of this newborn great territory, there was a place where chaos stirred. It was the sign of a new world about to be born. When the new world finally took shape, world source liquid would probably appear. If someone else obtained it, the advantage of Void Star City would be gone for good. The Star City was a place where those from Voidland relied on to get their cultivation resources. So Yang Kai would never allow anyone to harm their interests. He intended to make this new great territory the back garden of Voidland. Initially, he thought that he could share some of the profits with others if there was too much pressure. However, he had now thoroughly discarded that idea. No one else could have a hand in this newborn great territory other than Voidland. If they gave someone else a chance, it was akin to killing their own future. Nevertheless, the territory gate was there. When the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises arrived at the star boundary, they would also see the territory gate. The problem was how Yang Kai could bar them from entry. Should he try to persuade them to go away? No one would listen to him when there were benefits to be gained. It was also impossible to fight against them. Dealing with Zuoquan Hui alone had caused Voidland to suffer immense losses. If there were more high-rank cultivators they had to deal with, it was impossible for those from Voidland to defeat them. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a different solution. As he looked at the place where chaos stirred, he fell into his thoughts. A while later, he spoke up. "Yuhi, look for Luan Baifeng and tell her to meet me at the territory gate." Upon hearing that, Yuhi replied, "Understood. But you might have to wait, young master. Everyone has scattered to explore this great territory. I don't even know where she is right now." "It's fine. I'm not in a rush." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Yuhi left. After looking around, Suing Shui reckoned that it was inappropriate for her to stay with Yang Kai alone. So she told him that she would also explore the new great territory, then dashed off into the void. When Luan Baifeng received the news and rushed over to the territory gate 1 month later, she saw Yang Kai squatting on a random shattered spirit province with a frown. There was a stone in his hand as he drew something on the ground. The spirit province was small as it was only a few square kilometers. It was obviously brought here by Yang Kai as it was only 100 kilometers away from the territory gate. "Sir." Luan Baifeng landed on the ground and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her to wait as he continued drawing on the ground. Luan Baifeng had no idea what he was doing, and when she looked down, she saw many unrecognizable patterns and runes on the ground. She initially pressed her lips together in annoyance, but upon closer look, she arched her brow as her interest had been piqued. When she realized that it was actually a spirit array, she broke into laughter. Given her mastery in the Tao of spirit arrays, she naturally could see that there were many illogical and impossible parts in the spirit array, though it wasn't completely useless. She had no idea why Yang Kai suddenly became interested in spirit arrays. She even thought that he had asked her to come over here to teach him the Tao of spirit arrays. "What did you get?" Yang Kai asked without raising his head. "Well," Luan Baifeng's eyelashes fluttered. "Nothing much." Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and looked up at her with a meaningful smile. Luan Baifeng pressed her lips into a line. "Really nothing." Yang Kai extended his hand towards her. Luan Baifeng was initially enraged. Then she said in a pitiful manner, "Why are you making things difficult for a small woman like me, sir? It's so hard for me to earn a few measly resources." Yang Kai took a glance at her chest. Small. Luan Baifeng pressed her chest forward, her plump bosom almost bursting out of her clothes. However, she took a few steps back. With a flushing face, she said bashfully, "Sir, I won't sleep with you." Yang Kai burst into laughter and snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your space ring." At that instant, Luan Baifeng appeared aggrieved. However, Yang Kai was unfazed. A while later, the woman clenched her teeth and took off her ring before tossing it at Yang Kai. While sniffling, she said, "You're a man. So how do you have the nerve to oppress a woman like me?" Ignoring her, Yang Kai swept his divine sense across the space ring's contents and arched his brow. He then fished out a wisp of purple chi from the ring. The purple chi was like a snake that was somewhere between real and illusory. It was truly mysterious. What was more important was that the purple chi contained a pure but profound power. "What's this?" Yang Kai asked. A furious Luan Baifeng replied, "How would I know? I took it because I thought it was special. I haven't figured out what it is." Yang Kai poked her. "Of the 9 people on the loyalty list, only you dare to speak to me like this." Luan Baifeng kept a faint smile on her face as she saluted him in an elegant manner. This mistress would like to express her eternal gratitude for her loyalty to Sir. As she spoke, she shot a charming glance at the man, her eyes flashing a truly alluring light. Yang Kai examined the purple chi for a while but still couldn't figure out what it was. He had a feeling that it was a kind of material, not a cultivation resource. That was because he had tried to refine it, but it yielded no results. He then asked her where she obtained the purple chi from, but that didn't really help. After that, he put the purple chi inside his small universe, causing Luan Baifeng to become even more aggrieved. He went through her ring one more time, and upon making sure that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, he tossed it back to her. A vexed Luan Baifeng took it with a discontented and aggrieved expression, like a maiden who had been thoughtlessly abandoned by a man after a night of passion. "I asked you to come over because I want you to assist me in arranging a space array." Yang Kai adjusted his clothes. "You're an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, so only you can help me." Luan Baifeng frowned. "A space array?" Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate that wasn't far away. "For that." Luan Baifeng looked up, and as she recalled what had happened some time ago, she finally understood Yang Kai's intention. With a smile, she asked, "You want to hog everything for yourself, sir? Aren't you worried that it will invite trouble to you?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "Regardless of the trouble, I just have to gobble up everything first. If I don't even have the appetite for that, how am I supposed to achieve anything great?" Zuoquan Hui and I opened up the territory gate together, and although it's still not stable, I suppose it will soon become so, as more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Voidland have already passed through it safely. I need to arrange a grand array here and refine some jade tokens so that only those with the tokens can move past it freely. Anyone who does not carry the access token will be exiled to the void. Can you do it? Luan Baifeng fell into her thoughts with a frown. It wasn't until a moment later that she replied, I can do it as long as you're willing to cooperate. Yang Kai let out a breath. Good. We need to finish this quickly. Just tell me whatever materials you need. She looked up at him. That purple chi. It's mine, Yang Kai said solemnly. Robber. Thief. Bandit. Luan Baifeng said through clenched teeth as she stomped her foot. She knew that since Yang Kai had snatched it from her, there was no way she could get it back. Even though she was unresigned, there was nothing she could do. She was practically his servant since her name was on the loyalty list, so whatever Yang Kai wanted to take from her, she was unable to disobey him. The man was probably the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. He had no qualms about snatching things from others, even a woman like her. After venting out her anger, though, she immediately started working on the Grand Array. For the next 2 months, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng remained beside the territory gate, working while discussing the Grand Array from time to time. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space, while Luan Baifeng was adept at the Tao of Spirit arrays. They worked together to make up for the weaknesses they respectively had, allowing them to rapidly develop this new Grand Array. The pair used up countless resources, and in just 2 months, the space array outside the territory gate finally took shape. A group of 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood in the void as they looked dazedly at the territory gate. The territory gate, which was opened up by Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui, was initially warped and sent out a dangerous aura. However, at this moment, with the support of the Grand Array, it had become stabilized. They could also see that the territory gate was surrounded by an oval-shaped structure that looked like a kind of gateway. In the middle of the structure was the territory gate that connected both great territories. Luan Baifeng was slightly pale. She had spent a lot of energy trying to arrange this Grand Array over the past 2 months. However, when she saw that her work had paid off, she still felt gratified. Yang Kai turned his head and sent a signal to Yu He, who dashed into the territory gate with a jade token in her hand. A moment later, she returned and nodded at Yang Kai. It works. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had repeatedly tested it himself and reckoned that there wouldn't be a problem, he was a master of the Tao of Space after all. If there was really a problem, he might not be able to detect it. Since he managed to shuttle back and forth safely, though, it meant that his hard work over the past 2 months had paid off. He approached Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Senior Brother Qing is waiting across from here, young master. He said that our guests have arrived." Yang Kai nodded. It had been 4 months since Qing Kuei left. Yang Kai calculated the time and realized that Qing Kuei was indeed supposed to return around now. It had been a long time since they started exploring the newborn Great Territory, but they still hadn't gotten a full picture of it. Yang Kai had summoned most of them back. It wasn't that they would stop exploring, it was just that they still wouldn't be able to explore everything even if they kept doing it for decades. This Great Territory wasn't really that expansive, but there were many hidden corners. If they didn't investigate carefully, they would definitely miss some wonderful discoveries. In the 3,000 worlds, many amazing things would still surface in those known Great Territories from time to time. Even though some places were crammed with people, they might still find something new that they hadn't paid attention to previously. It was the same case for this new Great Territory. They still had many years ahead of them anyway, and no one else could come here besides those from Void Land. They could still excavate the resources while exploring the Great Territory in the future. Whatever treasures there were in this place, they now belonged to Void Land, and no one else could lay their hands on them. After a long time of exploration, they still hadn't found any Open Heaven Realm Masters in this Great Territory. The martial Tao of the discovered universe worlds was also generally low, most of which were worse than that of the Blue Clouds continent. A few of them were an equal match for the Blue Clouds continent, and only one had a higher martial Tao where a few great emperors had appeared, but that was it. This was a characteristic of a newborn Great Territory, as the martial Tao was still in the development stage. With such a great territory that was full of treasures and resources in its possession, Void Land would have a bright future. However, their heritage was insufficient presently to fully exploit it. In the past, Yang Kai thought that 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was a staggering figure. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a small number of second-class great forces were a match for Void Land in this regard. Nevertheless, these 1,000+ open heaven realm masters had to protect Void Land, guard Void Star City, and explore this new great territory. Each place required a lot of manpower, especially the last one. In fact, they would probably need 10,000 open heaven realm masters to be stationed in this new great territory, so 1,000 suddenly seemed like a small number. Xianxia could only console himself that he had to take things slow. Void Land was still in its development stage, and they had already amassed a lot of open heaven realm masters in a short time. If he was too greedy for quick success, he might mess things up instead by rushing. Since a jade token was required for anyone to move past the territory gate, they had to ask some people to stand guard on both sides of the gate. First of all, they could watch over the place so that no one would barge in. Secondly, they could open the doors for trustworthy visitors. Xianxia naturally wouldn't have to deal with this, as he would make the arrangements. After passing through the territory gate, he returned to the great territory where the star boundary was located. A few months ago, he led many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to intercept those from Heavenly Sword Palace several million kilometers away from the star boundary. In the end, he borrowed the world strength from the star boundary and temporarily ascended to the Seventh Order, which was how he managed to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and expose Heavenly Sword Union's remaining forces. The territory gate he had opened up was only a few million kilometers away from the star boundary itself. Therefore, after he left the new great territory, he immediately saw the star boundary. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Xianxia became startled and muttered, "Why has it grown taller yet again?" Compared to 4 months ago, the world tree was now even taller. When he most recently returned to the star boundary from Voidland, the world tree was only about 100,000 meters tall. After the great battle, many open heaven realm masters were killed, and the world force which leaked out from their corpses were all absorbed by the world tree. The nutrients allowed the tree to double in height to a 200,000 meters tall giant. Even though Xianxia was somewhere in the void that was several million kilometers away from the star boundary, he could still clearly see the magnificent and humongous world tree now. What was even more surprising was that the star boundary and demon realm that were originally far apart from each other had basically merged together. Presently, the star boundary was filled with greenery as an ample vitality permeated it, while the demon realm was seen with weltering dark demon chi. Both places stood in stark contrast as one another, as one was green while the other one was black. The intertwined roots of the world tree penetrated both worlds, which connected the demon realm and the star boundary. Xianxia had never expected such a thing to happen, and at that instant, he wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. Junior brother Yang. Qing Kuei was waiting somewhere nearby, and upon seeing Xianxia, he quickly flew over. Xianxia nodded and saluted him. "Many thanks for your efforts, senior brother Qing." Qing Kuei replied with a smile. "It was just some traveling back and forth, nothing too strenuous." "Has Martial Uncle Su arrived?" Xianxia asked. Qing Kuei nodded his head and said in a small voice, "Honored Master immediately came over after hearing about the situation in this place. Since he was in a rush, he could only invite a few friends of his who happened to be in Inyang Cave Heaven at the time. More people will arrive later, as Honored Master dispatched messengers to some of the other cave heavens and paradises." After a moment of hesitation, he went on to say, "Honored Master has asked me to tell you something, Junior Brother Yang. In the next few years, the star boundary will be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises will have their eyes on this place. So, he hopes that you'll be careful in everything you do." Xianxia put on a smile. "I know." Then, he patted Qing Kuei's shoulder. "Let's go. We shall meet Martial Uncle Su and the other seniors." Taking advantage of his status as a great emperor, he instantly moved across several million kilometers and returned to High Heaven Palace alongside Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, and Yu He. In the Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi was seated on a chair with nothing to do when something flashed across her eyes. Upon seeing Xianxia and the others, she stood straight up and saluted, "Palace Master." Xianxia nodded while Qing Kuei looked around and asked in shock, "Where are my honored master and the other seniors?" Hua Qingxi replied with a helpless smile. "They said they wanted to take a stroll. I couldn't stop them." Xianxia activated his divine sense and instantly found them. Then he broke into laughter. Let's wait for them. With just a casual sweep, he had detected several powerful auras that were scattered across the star boundary. All of them were powerful 7th-order open heaven realm masters, so they could certainly move around the star boundary as they pleased. Yang Kai was unable to stop them, and did not he have the intention to do so. After they were seated, Xianxia told someone to prepare tea. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about the transformation in the star boundary. When he returned to this place some time ago, he instantly clashed with those from Heavenly Sword Union at the territory gate, after which he was locked in battle all the way to the star boundary's borders, then crashed into the newborn Great Territory to pursue the enemy. Following that, he spent the next few months arranging the Grand Space Array at the territory gate. It wasn't until today that he returned to this place. An excited Xianxia replied, "The star boundary has gone through a tremendous transformation, Palace Master. Not long after you left previously, the world tree started growing rapidly, and the world energy became increasingly ample, which allowed all cultivators to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao more easily. Over the past few months, we've recorded many people breaking through to the Emperor Realm. The ones who are already in the Emperor Realm have also shown great improvement in their cultivation. Furthermore, the overall strength of High Heaven Palace has increased by 30% compared to a few months ago. It was inconceivable that such a tremendous transformation had taken place in just a few months. This phenomenon could not be found in any other universe world in the entire 3,000 worlds, but it was happening right here in the star boundary. The rapid development of the world tree had greatly benefited the cultivators in the star boundary since they were living in this place. They could now easily achieve a breakthrough, and everyone had renewed hopes of achieving greater heights in their cultivation. What about the demon realm? Yang Kai asked. Xianxia replied, Sir Embodiment said that it's the same case in demon realm. For some reason, the world tree suddenly connected the star boundary and demon realm together some time ago. Now that the two worlds have merged, the transformation in demon realm is tremendous as well. Yang Kai nodded his head. The limit of the world's bottle also seems to have expanded. In the future, there will be more great emperors and demon saints in the star boundary and the demon realm. Xianxia was surprised as she hadn't realized this. However, since Yang Kai was the star boundary's void great emperor, he naturally couldn't be mistaken about such a thing. The world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors in the past, but since it had expanded, it would allow more to be born. Unfortunately, you've already condensed a Tao seal. Otherwise, you would have stood a chance to become a great emperor of the star boundary. Yang Kai looked regretfully at her. Xianxia replied with a smile. This mistress is already satisfied with the achievements I've made so far. I wouldn't dare to be greedy. It's great that you don't mind. Yang Kai put on a smile. In fact, there was nothing special about becoming a great emperor. After all, every cultivator would eventually want to become an open heaven realm master. The value of being a great emperor was that one obtained the acknowledgement of the universe world they were from. Therefore, despite being only an emperor realm cultivator, he or she could activate world force and temporarily use the might of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, the power one could use was only on par with the low-rank open heaven realm, so it wasn't that valuable. But the star boundary was different as its heritage was incredibly rich now. If one could become a great emperor in the star boundary, they could make use of the might of the world and use strength on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master despite only being in the emperor realm. In comparison, the great emperors of the star boundary and the great emperors of the other universe worlds were not even of the same caliber. Furthermore, experiencing such great power in advance would help one's future growth. Just like how Yang Kai had experienced the 7th order open heaven realm power in advance. That was the reason he felt sorry for Xianxia. However, since she had condensed her Tao seal, she would have the potential to become a 5th order open heaven realm master in the future. There was nothing worth regretting in reality. Everyone had their own opportunities. Compared to the other emperor realm masters, the ones from the star boundary were already at a significant advantage. And this was just the current generation. The future generations would gain an even greater advantage, which was the reason Su Linggong and the other 7th order open heaven realm masters couldn't contain the urge to explore the star boundary. After talking to Xianxia for a while longer, Yang Kai looked up as a figure flashed and appeared before his eyes. Su Linggong's brawny figure appeared in the grand hall. Honored master! Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui rose from the chairs and saluted him. Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai immediately stood up as well. Su Linggong seemed to be burdened with worries. He waved his hand and took a seat on a chair, after which Hua Qingxi set down a cup of tea on the table for him. After giving it a thought with a frown, Su Linggong picked up the cup and gulped the tea down. Then, he stared at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, you've put me on a tight spot." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What do you mean, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong replied, "I saw many talented youths when I was out taking a stroll just now, and wanted to take them all on as disciples. What do you think I should do?" Yang Kai's expression darkened as the corners of his eyes twitched. "It seems that you're here to rob me instead of complaining about anything, Martial Uncle Su." Su Linggong grinned. "I only thought about it, but didn't make any moves. It's someone else who has actually done so." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance of the hall. Following that, another figure flashed as an old man clad in a simple gray robe appeared. What was surprising was that the old man was carrying a toddler that was barely a few months old in his arms. Beside him was a flustered woman whose eyes were drenched in tears. The woman was wearing clothes made from simple linen, and although she was a bit chubby, it was obvious that she wasn't from a wealthy family. She was as ordinary as could be. No traces of cultivation could be found on this woman, and the dirt under her nails and in her hair made it apparent that she was from a family of mortal farmers. Her child was taken away by a seemingly powerful old man, and she was brought to this strange hall at the speed of lightning. At that moment, she was anxious and didn't know what to do. However, her worried gaze remained fixed on her child, as he seemed to be the only thing on her mind. The toddler in the arms of the old man clad in a gray robe was only a few months old. He was chubby and adorable. Everyone at the scene instantly took a liking to him. At this moment, the toddler could barely contain his excitement as he looked up and pulled the old man's low-hanging beard with his petite hands. The old man didn't mind it as he let the child do what it pleased. Just then, a strand of beard was snapped. The child started giggling as though he found it interesting. He then exerted more force with his hands and pulled off more strands of the long beard. Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui were drenched in cold sweat at the mere sight of this. Others might not know who this old man was, but they were fully aware of his identity. He was an inner elder of one of the 72 paradises, a powerful 7th-order open heaven realm master. The average person could hardly meet him, but here he was getting his beard plucked by a baby. If the disciples from his paradise saw it, they would surely break into a commotion. The two of them wouldn't dare to be negligent as they saluted and called out, "Martial Uncle Yu." The old man surnamed Yu nodded, then turned to look at Yang Kai before speaking to the woman who was brought to this place by him. "Don't fret. You're now in High Heaven Palace, and the person in front of you is its palace master." He didn't activate any kind of power, but his words were soothing enough to make the woman calm down instantly. She then turned to look at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that he looked exactly like the person in the picture that she had always paid respects to in her home, she instantly fell on her knees and lowered her head. "Greetings, sir." The old man in gray robes frowned to the side, but he didn't stop her. Yang Kai raised his hand and lifted up the woman, then gazed at the old man in puzzlement. "Senior, He hadn't even figured out which of the cave heavens or paradises this old man came from or the reason the latter brought a child and a woman to this place. The old man said frankly, "This old master must accept a disciple." A surprised Yang Kai took a glance at the woman he was holding up, but he couldn't find anything special about her, making him wonder why this 7th-order open heaven realm master had his eyes on her. As though realizing what was on Yang Kai's mind, the old man patted the child in his arms and said, "I'm talking about this child." While he was speaking, one more strand of his beard was plucked. His white beard was initially well trimmed and organized, but it now looked disheveled, which stripped him of his demeanor as a senior expert. Yang Kai appeared even more surprised. If the old man wanted to take the woman on as a disciple, he could accept it even though he didn't understand it. The old man probably had a way to sense some peculiarity or unique characteristic in this woman. After all, a seventh-order open heaven realm master was powerful, so it was expected that he possessed abilities that Xianxia didn't. However, he couldn't understand why the old man wanted to take a mere baby to be his disciple. The child was barely a few months old, so how was this old man able to see through his aptitude? Nevertheless, the old man carried the child like the latter was a treasure, and he didn't even mind that his beard was being pulled. Xianxia then looked inquisitively at Su Linggong. Su Linggong, however, was just watching the good show while chuckling. Upon noticing Xianxia's stare, he explained, "Kid, this is Yu Changdao from Free and Unfettered Paradise. You can call him Martial Uncle Yu." "So it is Martial Uncle Yu. Forgive me for my lack of politeness." Upon learning that the old man was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, Xianxia instantly became friendlier. Ning Dao Ran was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, and he was on close terms with Xianxia. Moreover, Yu Changdao came to this place alongside Su Linggong, so it was obvious that he was a friend of the latter. Regardless, Xianxia wouldn't dare to be impolite to him. "Martial Uncle Yu, may I know the nature of your relationship with senior brother Ning Dao Ran?" Xianxia asked humbly. Yu Changdao replied dispassionately, "He's my second senior brother's disciple." Upon hearing that, Xianxia realized that Ning Dao Ran was Yu Changdao's martial nephew. Xianxia then gazed at the woman and the child before asking, "And what is this situation about, Martial Uncle Yu?" There was a helpless expression on Yu Changdao's face as he replied, "The innate Dao body of this child matches my grand Dao perfectly, so I'd like to take him on as a closed legacy disciple." Upon hearing that, Su Linggong was startled as he gazed at Yu Changdao in shock and asked, "Old Yu, are you serious?" Accepting a closed legacy disciple was no laughing matter. Once Yu Changdao did so, he would never take on another disciple again, which meant that the child in his arms would be the last disciple of his life. Xianing Chang was born with the sacred spirit medicine body, so she had the right to become a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and learn the alchemic Tao from him. However, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had already accepted Jiying, who was the fifth disciple, to be his closed legacy disciple. Therefore, regardless of how outstanding Xianing Chang's aptitude was, she was unable to become a direct disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. With that said, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had always been generous in teaching her the alchemic Tao. Although there wasn't a formal relationship between them, they were no different from master and disciple. Xianxia naturally knew what taking a closed legacy disciple would mean. He couldn't help but take another look at the child, but he still couldn't figure out anything, let alone see through the child's innate Dao body. However, as a seventh-order open heaven realm master, Yu Changdao wouldn't make a casual joke about such an important matter. The innate Dao body of this several-month-old child was undoubtedly real. A determined Yu Changdao continued, "With such a legacy disciple, I'll be able to die with no regret." Su Linggong appeared solemn as he nodded. "Congratulations, then." He turned to look at Xianxia. "Old Yu would like to take on a disciple from the star boundary. Are you fine with it?" Xianxia chuckled. "This child must be extremely lucky to gain the favor of Martial Uncle Yu. Naturally, there is no problem." Su Linggong appeared gratified as he gave Xianxia an approving look. However, Yu Changdao sighed as he shot a helpless glance at the woman to his side. Although this old master would like to take this child on as a disciple, his mother doesn't agree to it. She said that when the child grows up, he has to enter High Heaven Palace to cultivate. Regardless of how I tried to persuade her, she refuses to listen to me. "Why don't you have a talk with her, Martial Nephew Yang?" Xianxia burst into laughter. It was then he realized the reason Yu Changdao brought the mother and baby together to this place was to make him interfere in this matter. He then turned to look at the woman. When he was speaking to Yu Changdao just now, he realized that the woman kept stealing glances at him. Then she would hang her head low with self-abasement. When she saw Xianxia gazing at her now, she became flustered and was ready to fall on her knees again. A helpless Xianxia shot Hua Qingxi a glance to motion for her to talk to the woman. It was easier for a woman to approach another woman after all. Upon realizing his intention, Hua Qingxi stepped forward and helped the woman up. As she hospitably took the woman's rough hands, She invited her to have a seat. The woman was clearly anxious. She was just an ordinary farmer, so it was expected that she was flustered when she suddenly arrived at a magnificent palace. Moreover, the person she paid respects to every day and night without fail was now standing right before her eyes. She initially wasn't even able to speak clearly, so Xianxia poured her a cup of tea and placated her before they could start communicating. Yu Changdao was seated beside Su Linggong with the child in his arms. Su Linggong extended his head in an attempt to tease the child, but Yu Changdao moved his figure a little to block the child out of the other man's sight. Su Linggong pressed his lips together. How petty! He then stuck out his head and took a proper look before breaking into laughter. So, he's a boy. Don't worry, old Yu. I'll look for a suitable partner for him from Inyang Cave Heaven. When he grows up, he'll marry into my sect. Yu Changdao glared at him and snarled, If you dare to do that, I'll kill you. His loud voice must have scared the laughing child as he started crying. Following that, a stream of liquid perfectly landed on Su Linggong's face. Seeing that, Yu Changdao started laughing as he patted the child in his arms. My good disciple, you already know you should help vent out your honored master's anger. You're indeed clever. While being patted, the child stopped crying and started chuckling. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui just stood behind their honored master, looking up at the ceiling as if admiring the beautiful artwork. Su Linggong wiped his face and flung his hand, but he didn't seem to be vexed at all. With a smile, he said, It's said that being sprinkled with a toddler's water can bring good luck. It seems that good things will soon happen to me. He then casually dried his hand on Yu Changdao's gray robe. Yang Kai couldn't bear to keep looking at these two, thinking that the demeanor of these high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't meet his expectations of how senior experts should behave. On the other hand, Xianxia was still having a chat with the woman, who would gaze at her child from time to time with concern. However, by now she had somewhat calmed down. Despite the woman's small voice, the powerful cultivators in the grand hall could clearly hear her. The woman began telling her story. My family's elders said that the star boundary fell into great turmoil about 100 years ago, and the people were almost wiped out. In the end, it was Senior Void and his high heaven palace that defended the last piece of pure land. With the leadership of Senior Void and the other great seniors, they fought an intense battle and eventually drove back the enemies. That was how we all survived. After that, every family would worship the idols or pictures of Senior Void and the other seniors. This simple woman has never been educated, nor did I have the aptitude to cultivate. Since I was married, I've been taking care of my husband and child and doing some manual work to feed the family. Half a year ago, the child's father passed away. Before his death, he took my hand and stroked my belly. The child wasn't born at that time, but he told me that when the child grew up, I should let him join High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect the child to be as famous as Senior Void. He just hoped that should there be any calamity again, the child could assist Senior Void and the other seniors. As she tucked her hair behind her ears, she took a look at the alluring Xianxia, then bashfully hung her head low. It's been a few months since the child was born. I don't even know if he can cultivate in the future or has the right to enter High Heaven Palace. However, this was his father's dying wish, and I wouldn't dare to disregard it. Otherwise, the child's father might not be able to rest in peace. Xianxia was moved as she clenched the other woman's hands. Don't worry. Since your child has gained the favor of that senior, his aptitude must be extraordinary. He'll certainly achieve great things in life. The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. Are you telling me the truth? Xianxia smiled and nodded. I wouldn't lie to you. The woman let out a breath. If he can cultivate, he won't be as useless as his parents. However, I wouldn't dare to hope that he'll be as great as Senior Void. This simple woman just prays that he will grow up to be healthy and happy. The wish of an ordinary person was always simple and guileless. The woman stole one more glance at Yang Kai and asked in a hushed voice, Is that really Senior Void? Xianxia said with a smile. Since you worship his picture at home, why would you not recognize him when you finally see him? The woman flushed. I just can't believe it. She had always been a lowly farmer, so she found it unbelievable when such an important person suddenly appeared before her eyes. Then, "Are you head manager Hua of High Heaven Palace?" The woman suddenly recalled something and gazed at Hua Qingxi in shock. A curious Hua Qingxi asked, "You know me? It really is you." The surprised woman covered her mouth as admiration was written all over her face. Then she explained, "It is said that Senior Void has a strong right hand in High Heaven Palace. Despite being a woman, she was able to help Senior Void manage all the affairs in this world. Even a simple woman like me has heard about head manager Hua. The fact that the star boundary has been safe over the years is largely thanks to head manager Hua." Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, "It seems that I'm pretty famous too." The woman smiled humbly, but she soon started squirming as though she was sitting on pins and needles. Not only had she met the famous Senior Void, but she had also come across head manager Hua. She felt like she was dreaming. After a moment of hesitation with her lips pressed together, she asked in a small voice, "Can my son enter High Heaven Palace, head manager?" Hua Qingxi straightened her face and patted the other woman's hands. "Given the child's aptitude, he is qualified to be the disciple of anyone he wishes." Since the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master wanted to take the child on as a closed legacy disciple, it proved that he had an exceptional aptitude, so no great force would turn him down. Though Hua Qingxi was unable to see anything special about the child, the woman gritted her teeth and rose from the chair. Facing Yang Kai, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground as she said loudly, "Senior Void, please accept my child into High Heaven Palace so that the last wish of his father can be fulfilled. I'm willing to offer a lifetime of service to repay your favor." Yu Changdao, who was playing with the child, immediately glowered at Yang Kai as his aura churned. It seemed that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if the latter dared to agree to this request. Pretending to not see this, Yang Kai sent a signal to Hua Qingxi while uttering, "Get up first." He felt helpless at the woman's tendency to keep kneeling. Hua Qingxi helped the woman up and adjusted her clothes for her. Before Yang Kai could speak, Yu Changdao suddenly said, "Martial nephew Yang, allow me to have a word with her." Yang Kai naturally wouldn't turn him down over such a trivial matter, so he extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead, after which he picked up a cup of tea and sipped it. Yu Changdao walked up to the woman and explained to her things like universe worlds, the 3,000 worlds, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in a small voice. The woman was puzzled as she listened to him. She didn't speak or ask any questions, almost like they were not speaking the same language. For all her life, she had only stayed in a small place that was several dozen square kilometers. She had never even stepped outside of her farming village prior to today. Therefore, she was unable to understand the old man as he talked about the 3,000 worlds, cave heavens and paradises. She just thought that the things the old man with a gray beard said were abstruse and unfathomable. From time to time, she would steal a glance at his beard. The originally neat and tidy beard had become disheveled because of her child, so she was worried that the old man would be angered. Certainly, Yu Changdao realized this as well. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could easily destroy a star or flip a universe world when he was infuriated. However, he was completely powerless to deal with this ordinary woman. He felt frustration burning in his chest without any means to vent it out, which was why he was so vexed. "Do you understand now?" As a cultivator of the heavenly way, Yu Changdao was truly patient though and asked the woman with a smile. The woman shook her head and nodded, then shook her head again. On the side, Su Linggong was all but rolling on the floor with laughter. Regardless of how patient Yu Changdao was, he was enraged by this stubborn woman. If it weren't because she was the mother of his future closed legacy disciple, he would have given her a piece of his mind. He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly thinking of something, he said, "How do you find High Heaven Palace?" The woman replied without hesitation, "It's definitely the best. That was what my husband kept telling me before his death." In the past, he had tried to enter High Heaven Palace, but he was unable to make his dream come true. That was because his aptitude was not good enough, so he didn't pass the various tests. Yu Changdao put on a smile and extended a finger. High Heaven Palace might be the best in your eyes, but I can easily destroy it with one finger." The woman appeared horrified at those words. She looked at the old man as though he was the demon lord who caused calamity and upheaval in the star boundary 100 years ago. Not knowing what was on her mind, Yu Changdao went on to ask, "How do you find him?" As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Respect was written all over the woman's face. Without Senior Void and the other senior who refused to yield in battle, the star boundary would have been destroyed, and all of us would have been killed. Yu Changdao stroked his fingers across his beard and put on a faint smile. "Perhaps, but he still must call me Martial Uncle, and even if there are 10 of him, I can still easily defeat them." Yu Changdao knew that it was impossible to reason with this using the logic of the Martial Dao woman. So he decided to explain to her in a simple way by comparing High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai with himself so that the woman would realize that he and the force behind him, which was free and unfettered paradise, were powerful. This couldn't be helped, as Yu Changdao had no other choice. If he could reason with her, he wouldn't have bragged about his power in such a way. That wasn't what a senior expert was supposed to do. The woman appeared flustered as she snatched the child back from Yu Changdao and gazed at him with vigilance. "Are you trying to harm the star boundary and make things difficult for Senior Void and the other seniors?" She reckoned that he was a terrible person since he wanted to destroy High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. With the child gone, Yu Changdao was dumbfounded for a moment before he snapped, "Just what are you talking about?" The martial Dao he had cultivated for years almost fell apart because of a woman who could barely read. He then turned to stare at Yang Kai and said, "Martial nephew Yang, it's not easy for this old master to come across a suitable disciple. I was cultivating the other day when I suddenly had the urge to visit Inyang Cave Heaven. Then I was suddenly brought to your star boundary by old friend Su. After that, I found this child here. This is surely fate. This child and I are destined to be master and disciple." He was being verbose because he wanted Yang Kai to help him out, and certainly Yang Kai was aware of this. Yang Kai then nodded, "Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I'll sit down and have a chat with her." Yu Changdao looked at him with gratitude. "Many thanks, Martial Nephew. If I can take this child on as a disciple, I will owe you a favor." Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he guffawed. "Good." The favor of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extraordinarily valuable. If he had such a favor in the past, those from Voidland wouldn't have fallen into a difficult battle against Zuoquan Hui. They would just have to invite Yu Changdao over to show his face, and everything would have been solved. After Yu Changdao was seated, Su Linggong kept grinning at him, which irritated him to no end. On the other side, Yang Kai walked up to the woman and told her to have a seat. After taking the child from her arms, he sat down on her right side. Yang Kai had never carried a toddler before. As he looked at the child's carefree smile, clear eyes, and petite hands, he couldn't help but take a liking to him. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to have a child of his own. Even though the child was in his arms, Yang Kai was still unable to sense the innate Dao body he supposedly had. Perhaps even Su Linggong couldn't see that. Only someone like Yu Changdao could discover it. Yang Kai then asked about the woman's name and found that she was Lu Kai-xia. Such an ordinary name was typically used by farmers. Then, he asked about the child's name and found out that it was given to him by his father before his death. The name was Shi De Zhuang as the child got his father's surname. Following that, he inquired about her family, what she did for a living, and whether she had enough money to get by. Lu Kai-xia answered his questions honestly. Certainly, she wouldn't dare to lie to Void Great Emperor. Moreover, her life as a farmer was simple, so there was nothing for her to hide. After some small talk, she no longer appeared as flustered. She was also surprised to learn that such an important figure was so down to earth. As Yu Changdao watched them, he let out a sigh. When faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him, the woman wasn't as respectful to him as she was to Yang Kai. He was unable to make the woman realize that he was the more powerful one. What my martial uncle Yu has said is not an exaggeration. The great force he belongs to is one of the best in existence, and he is truly powerful. Your child is fortunate to have gained his appreciation, and his future will be limitless if he cultivates under him. Yang Kai played with the child while explaining to Xianxia. Xianxia clenched the hem of her shirt and replied in a hushed voice, "I understand." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "Since you understand, why don't you agree to it? It's obvious that Martial Uncle Yu sincerely cares for your child and wants to take him as his closed legacy disciple. Otherwise, given his power, he could have directly snatched the child, and there would have been nothing you or even I could do to stop him." Xianxia remained silent. Yang Kai went on to say, "Your child definitely qualifies to enter High Heaven Palace, but his future will be much brighter by becoming Martial Uncle Yu's disciple." Across from them, Yu Changdao ran his fingers across his beard and nodded softly. With a gentle expression, he looked gratefully at Yang Kai, who obviously didn't have any selfish motives. As the void great emperor that this simple woman admired, his words were definitely more persuasive than an old man like him who came out of nowhere. However, the next moment, a few strands of his beard snapped again, but it was his own doing. A determined Xianxia looked up and said, "Senior Void, I still hope that you will allow this child to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the floor. He almost wanted to reprimand the woman for being so obstinate. Yang Kai placated him with his eyes, then asked the woman gently, "Is it because that is the last wish of the child's father?" Xianxia nodded her head. "I know nothing about the outside world, and I have no idea who is stronger or weaker, but my late husband was my world, and he only had one wish before his death. It would be fine if the child did not have the qualifications to cultivate, as he could simply walk down his father's path and grow up safely. When he grew old enough, I would look for a wife for him, and he would have children of his own. He would work hard every morning and come home in the evening. He would be able to live his life peacefully. However, since he can cultivate, he can only join High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, his father will never be able to rest in peace, and I won't have the face to see him when I pass away one day." The woman was simple-minded and guileless, but she was obstinate. The last wish of the child's father was of utmost importance to her in her heart, so she would never dare to disobey him. Therefore, despite knowing that the old man was right, and that Senior Void sincerely wanted the child to have a bright future, the Xianxia still wouldn't change her mind. If the child's father was still alive, they could have reasoned with him. However, he was now dead, so it wasn't like they could dig up his grave and ask him. Furthermore, the corpse wouldn't respond to them even if they did. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he gazed at Yu Changdao. "Martial Uncle, I don't think it's appropriate to force her to do something against her will. Why don't you look for a different disciple? Even though there are not a lot of people in the star boundary, there are definitely many talented youths. Perhaps you'll find a more suitable candidate." Yu Changdao shook his head. "It's extremely difficult to find anyone with the innate Dao body. This old master has traveled to countless universe worlds before, but never met another child like him. I don't think I can find another in this lifetime. What should we do then?" Yang Kai appeared to be having a headache as he patted the child in his arms. "I can't go against the will of the child's father. It's his last wish after all." Yu Changdao pressed his lips together, then let out a long sigh. If he knew this would be the outcome, he would have directly brought the child back to free and unfettered paradise, skipping over all this nonsense. He initially thought that by bringing them here and making Yang Kai negotiate, he could easily take on the child as a disciple. It never crossed his mind that things would come to such a point. The impasse made him vexed. Yang Kai suggested by saying, "Martial Uncle, why don't you stay in the star boundary for a while longer and spend more time with the child? When the child grows up, you can ask him whether he'll be interested in becoming your disciple." Yu Changdao's eyes brightened. Xianxia immediately objected in her small voice though. "When the child grows up, he'll still have to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he almost spat blood. Xianxia hung her head low and clenched the hem of her shirt. "If he can't join High Heaven Palace, he'll not cultivate." Then, she stood up and was clearly ready to take the child back from Yang Kai. It seemed that she was determined to return home. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her by saying, "Good. I'll let him join High Heaven Palace right now. From now on, He's a disciple of High Heaven Palace. Xia's hands froze in mid-air. Then her eyes widened as she was in a dazed state before she became ecstatic. With her eyes reddening, she replied gratefully, "Many thanks, Senior Void. This child's father can finally rest in peace now." Martial nephew. Yu Changdao stared angrily at Yang Kai. How can you do such a thing? Yang Kai was basically stealing his disciple from him. Right in front of his face, no less. He initially had a good impression of Yang Kai because of Su Linggong, but he no longer felt that way. By snatching his disciple from him, Yang Kai was practically breaking off his legacy. This was a feud that was second only to if someone killed his father or snatched his wife. Yang Kai pretended to not hear him, though as he said to Hua Qingxi, "Look for a quiet place in the palace and help them settle down." He then turned to look at Xianxia. "The child is still young, so you'll still have to take care of him. You can stay here with peace of mind. Your child will start cultivating when he's a little older." Xianxia was naturally grateful. She knew that she no longer had to live a life of poverty thanks to her child. Yang Kai then asked her if there was anyone else in her family that had to be informed about this matter. Upon learning that her child was her only remaining family, he was relieved that there would be no further trouble. After Hua Qingxi left the hall alongside Xianxia and her child, Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and bowed. "Martial Uncle Yu." Yu Changdao sported a long face as he rose from the chair and swung his sleeve. "Old friend Su, this old master still has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." He then prepared to depart. It took him a painfully long time before he found a suitable disciple, only to have him snatched away by Yang Kai. That was why he was vexed. He decided that when Yang Kai wasn't paying attention, he would abduct the woman and the child back to free and unfettered paradise. He reckoned that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to barge into his sect and get them back. He would never let go of this disciple. While Su Linggong remained silent, Yang Kai stood in Yu Changdao path and put on a fawning smile. "Please forgive me, Martial Uncle. I had no choice but to do things this way." Yu Changdao glowered at him. "Just because you didn't have a choice, it didn't mean you could snatch my disciple. Stand aside, or else don't blame this old master for being impolite." A nonchalant Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Doesn't Martial Uncle you understand that I was simply retreating in order to advance?" Yu Changdao frowned and looked at him doubtfully. Su Linggong gently comforted from the side. "Although this brat acts recklessly sometimes, he isn't a mannerless brute. He must have his own reason for doing what he did. Why don't you have a seat and listen to his explanation? It'd be best if he could explain himself. If he can't, you can beat him up to vent out your anger. He won't dare to resist." Yu Changdao snorted. "He's a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so I wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson without your permission. If he really made a move, Su Linggong would certainly interfere." Su Linggong chuckled. "Then I'll beat him up on your behalf. I've never been fond of him anyway." There was a bitter expression on Yang Kai's face. "You wound me deeply, Martial Uncle Su." In response, Su Linggong just chuckled. It was only after some more placating that Yu Changdao took a seat and examined Yang Kai. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "As you are well aware, Martial Uncle, the child's mother is incredibly obstinate. The child's father left behind only one final wish before he passed away, so as long as she lives, she will not disregard it. Regardless of how great the outside world is, the child has to enter High Heaven Palace, unless you have a way to retrieve the soul of the child's father back from the Yellow Springs and get him to change his mind." With a dark expression, Yu Changdao fell silent. Yang Kai chuckled. Even though the child has joined High Heaven Palace though, it doesn't mean you can't be his master." Yu Changdao arched his brow. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai deliberately swung his sleeves as though he had come up with a perfect solution. "I have a suggestion. If Martial Uncle Yu agrees to it, you can take the child on as a disciple immediately. This way, the last wish of the child's father will be fulfilled, and Martial Uncle Yu will be able to accept your favored disciple. It's the best of both worlds." "Oh!" Yu Changdao's interest had been piqued as his expression turned milder. "And how would you suggest we go about implementing this best of both worlds solution?" Yang Kai swung his sleeves again and bent his back. As Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I would like to formally invite Martial Uncle Yu to serve as a supreme high-rank guest elder. Su Linggong, who was fiddling with his teacup, immediately froze in place. He looked up at Yang Kai with an expression which suggested he already knew that the latter was up to no good. Behind him, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui widened their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. How did he have the nerve to come up with such a suggestion? A seventh-order open heaven realm master was extremely powerful. So how did a sect of a universe world have the right to invite him to be a supreme high-rank guest elder, which was just a useless title? It had to be noted that people like Yu Changdao were mostly inner elders of the cave heavens and paradises. They usually wouldn't be interested in becoming the supreme high-rank guest elders of great forces like Voidland, much less a mere high heaven palace. Yu Changdao was startled for a moment before he broke into laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke. Soon after, though, he fell silent with a solemn expression. Then, he knocked on the table and nodded. It's actually a feasible solution. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui turned to look at him in disbelief. An elated Yang Kai asked, "So you agree to it, Martial Uncle?" Yu Changdao didn't immediately respond to him, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "I'll have to think about it." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "There's no rush. You'll have plenty of time to ponder on it. Why don't you stay in High Heaven Palace for a while to think about it?" Yu Changdao nodded. "Good. I'll take a look at the child now." "I'll lead the way for you," Yang Kai offered. However, Yu Changdao waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I can find my own way." The next moment he disappeared from the spot. His anxiety showed that he truly cared about the child. Yang Kai let out a breath of relief, but when he turned his head, he saw Su Linggong smiling faintly at him. "Please have some tea, Martial Uncle Su," Yang Kai said. Su Linggong chuckled. "You've dug a nice pit there, kid. Old you will be willing to jump right into it." An aggrieved Yang Kai said, "You've got me all wrong, Martial Uncle Su. I just want to fulfill the last wish of the child's father." "Stop spouting nonsense," Su Linggong snorted. "Maybe you initially didn't have such intentions, but would you dare to say you didn't have an ulterior motive after seeing the attitudes of that woman and old you?" Yang Kai directly sat down on a chair beside him and tilted his figure before saying in a hushed voice, "Even though you've seen through me, it'd be terrible if you pointed out. Don't you agree, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui looked at them in a way as though they were two foxes, grinning slyly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared worried. "Do you think it will work?" Su Linggong stroked his chin and said, "You'll most likely succeed. Old Yu has been looking for a suitable legacy disciple for many years, but to no avail. However, he's found one here, so there's no way he'll let the child go. If he wants to take the child on as a disciple, he'll have to become a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he won't have the right to accept the child as his disciple. You're such a cunning brat. By using that baby, you've managed to bind a seventh-order open heaven realm master to your sect. Such a steal. Moreover, when the child grows up, he'll still be a disciple of High Heaven Palace. Old Yu is practically going to train a disciple for you for free. It's no wonder that even though it's been a short time since you started cultivating, you've managed to build such an influential sect. I suppose you've managed to deceive many people over the years." There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. "You've got me wrong, Martial Uncle Su. I've managed to build such a sect because of my natural charm and charisma, not because of anything else." Su Linggong didn't play along as he snorted. "However, old Yu has lived for a long time. He may be temporarily fooled by you, but it doesn't mean he will be blind to it forever. In fact, it's quite likely he's already seen through you, but he just didn't bother to expose it." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Senior experts like you two are undoubtedly insightful and intelligent. Juniors like me are no match for you. I've taken some slight advantage because I'm young and weak." "Stop your useless flattery." Su Linggong landed a slap on Yang Kai's shoulder, which forced the latter to lower his figure slightly. "Old Yu has gotten some benefits, But what about me, boy? You're a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so you can't just give all the benefits to the outsiders. You have to be fair to us. Yang Kai hurriedly replied, Of course. That's the reason I asked Senior Brother Qing to invite you over. Su Linggong put on a faint smile. You're indeed a promising young man. Martial Uncle you wants to take that child on as a legacy disciple. So would you want to get a disciple too, Martial Uncle Su? Yang Kai asked. Nonsense. Su Linggong snapped as he appeared somewhat determined. I've had enough with only 3 disciples. I'm basically their father who raised them from diapers to today. I'll never accept a disciple again. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui rolled their eyes, thinking that they were already teenagers when they joined the sect. Su Linggong was completely exaggerating. Chu Huashang was indeed a toddler when she was taken into the sect, but it was Qing Kuei and Suing Shui who raised her while Su Linggong acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Despite their thoughts, they would never dare to say this out loud, of course. Su Linggong said with a grin, Even though I'm not taking on a disciple, it doesn't mean I can't get some disciples for Inyang Cave Heaven. Your star boundary is full of talented young people now, and the world tree located here is truly abstruse as it has transformed this place greatly. Its aura is able to cleanse a person's soul and physique. Before a child is even born, they have already been cleansed thoroughly. You can't find nearly as many talents in other universe worlds as in this place. In my eyes, the star boundary is paved with gold. Kid, since you want to share the benefits, are you ready to let others take the lion's share? A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, It's said that one has to lose something in order to gain more. Keeping all the benefits to myself will only invite trouble. Su Linggong gave him an approving look. When Qing Boy came back to the sect, he told me what you had said, and I commend you for that. The star boundary is like a treasure trove now. If you intend to hog everything for yourself, you'll be destroyed one day. All the cave heavens and paradises are very sensitive to events in the 3,000 worlds. Once news about the star boundary spreads, they'll all flock to this place. The fact that you're able to see through this and open it up in advance in order to maintain the initiative is praiseworthy. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. Please advise me, Martial Uncle Su. Su Linggong waved his hand. Just like what I've said, your place is filled with talents. Even though I'm not going to accept any disciples, no cave heaven or paradises would refuse more disciples with exceptional aptitudes. In all the cave heavens and paradises, a core disciple that can directly ascend to the 6th order will only appear once every 1,000 years or so. Disciples like Chuer cost each cave heaven and paradise a lot of resources and time to nurture. Of course, there are also freaks like you. If those great forces hadn't stopped you, you could have directly ascended to the 7th order. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a regretful look. Yang Kai put on a nonchalant smile. A tree that rises too far above the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I'm fine with the situation I'm in. At least I don't have others breathing down my neck all the time, and I can have some good rest at night. Su Linggong turned to look at Qing Kuei and Suing Shui as he pointed at Yang Kai. Look at how sanguine your junior brother is. You should learn from him. It's not easy for a young man to have such a temperament. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui nodded at the same time. You're right, honored master. Following a sigh, Su Linggong said, Don't blame the cave heavens and paradises for meddling in your business, kid. There are some reasons that cannot be exposed to outsiders which make them feel wary of anyone who attempts to directly ascend to the 7th order. With a frown, Yang Kai said, I heard that someone directly ascended to the 7th order in the past and eventually made it to the 9th order. However, due to an accident, many people were slaughtered in the 3,000 worlds. After measuring his words, Su Linggong said, Something like that, but I can't tell you the details. You'll have a clearer picture about it in the future. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he realized that there were other unknown reasons. However, since Su Linggong wasn't willing to go further, he couldn't keep asking. Let's get back to the main topic. Su Linggong waved his hand. Let's talk about the star boundary. Now that you've opened up this place, I've granted your request to bring some people over. However, they're just the first batch and more will come soon. Once word gets out, all 108 cave heavens and paradises will send representatives to the star boundary, trying to get their hands on the benefits here. Since Inyang Cave Heaven and your sect are on close terms, I'll not hesitate to state my demands first. Please go ahead, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Su Linggong gently knocked on the table and enunciated, Inyang Cave Heaven will take 10 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. Will you agree to it? Since he had come up with his demand, it was no longer a chat between a senior and a junior. It was a negotiation between Inyang Cave Heaven and Yang Kai, who represented Void Land and the star boundary. 10 people every 100 years. Despite being ready for it, Yang Kai still gasped upon hearing that. Then he put on a bitter smile. Inyang Cave Heaven alone will get 10 people. So that means a total of 1,080 for all 108 forces with a 100-year cycle. It's not like the star boundary can produce so many talented people. All of them will be snatched up by you and other great forces. How is Void Land going to get any benefits? Su Linggong shot him a glance. What's wrong, kid? Are you going to give everyone a fair deal? Are you also their son-in-law? Yang Kai chuckled. Of course not. Su Linggong directly pointed the way for him. They'll be more than happy if you could respectively give them one person every 100 years. The martial Tao is all about quality, not quantity. It's the same case for disciples. What's the point of getting so many disciples if all of them are weak? If they're lucky enough to find one that can directly ascend to the 7th order, it'll be more valuable than getting 100 weaker disciples. Yang Kai played along and said, Since you've said so, Martial Uncle Su, a disciple every 100 years is all Inyang Cave Heaven will need. What's the point of getting 10 people? Su Linggong stared at him without saying a word. Yang Kai tried to haggle, 3 people. Hearing that, Su Linggong rose from the chair and barked, Ching boy, little Schwer, let's go home. It seems that this son-in-law doesn't welcome us. I'm annoyed. Go back and tell Chuer that there won't be any wedding either. We'll call it all off. 10 people it is. Yang Kai hurriedly pulled Su Linggong back to his seat and placated him. I was just pulling your leg, Martial Uncle Su. Why take it so seriously? Su Linggong picked up his cup and realized that there was no more tea in it. Seeing that, Yang Kai quickly filled it. After taking a sip of the tea, Su Linggong spoke in a heartfelt manner. Do not think that you're suffering a loss, kid. You have to know that the star boundary is on the rise, and this is just the first generation. Under the influence of the world tree, more and more talented people will appear over the successive generations. Many people will most likely be able to directly ascend to the 5th order and 6th order. Heaven-defying talents who can directly make it to the 7th order might also appear. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. With so many people with outstanding aptitudes around, can Void Land alone provide for them? Yang Kai replied honestly, Of course we can't. In that case, I'd suggest you not waste their talents and send them to other great forces instead. What's more, all of them will be born in the star boundary, so regardless of what cave heaven or paradise they join in the future, their roots will remain here in the star boundary, so if the time ever comes, they will defend their home no matter what. When they become powerful one day, they'll not betray the star boundary. They're like the world tree you've planted. There'll come a day when they'll give back to this land. Yang Kai nodded. That is the reason I've decided to open up this place. First of all, just like what you've said, I have no choice but to do so in order to avoid trouble. Secondly, I have to find some suitable paths for the future young talents of the star boundary. The fact that you have this consideration is commendable. Su Linggong gave him an approving look. Meanwhile, Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. When he previously told Qing Kuei to go back to Inyang Cave Heaven and inform Su Linggong about it, they just thought that he wanted to use their honored master to help fend off the approaching wolves. However, it never crossed their minds that he was so far-sighted. In a poor family, the parents couldn't afford to provide for their children if there were too many of them. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to give some children away. During times of war or famine, the people who sold their children were not necessarily after the money. Many just wanted their children to have a better future. It was true that parents would always worry about their children. Since you're so farsighted, have you thought about what will happen when all these disciples, who will be scattered everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, become powerful figures in the cave heavens and paradises one day? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. With a smile, Su Linggong patted the other man's shoulder. Give it a thought. There will come a day when the star boundary becomes the center of the 3,000 worlds. All the cave heavens and paradises will have some connections with the star boundary. So if the star boundary falls into trouble, they'll not hesitate to help. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, if it's just like what you've said, should I proactively offer more benefits to them instead of haggling with them? Su Linggong scoffed. Don't go overboard. Just like what you've said, if all the benefits are given out, what will be left for your voidland? You have to be moderate in everything you do. It's all good if you're able to pull off this feat, but if you can't, some people will suffer losses. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Many thanks for your advice, Martial Uncle Su. After a pause, he chuckled. I initially thought that Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven should never dream about getting any benefits from the star boundary. If they dared to come, I'd tell them to scram. What about now? Su Linggong gazed at him. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, I'll treat them politely. It'll be all good if they behave themselves. If they don't, I'll have to ask you to lend me a hand. Su Linggong grinned. Since I've gotten so many benefits from you, I don't mind giving you a hand. I even made some preparations before coming to this place. Yang Kai batted his eyes. Should I also share more benefits with the others so that they'll help out? Of course you'll have to do that, but there's no rush. Let them walk around and see more of the star boundary. When they realize the importance of this place, it'll be easier for you to haggle with them. You're such a cunning man, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai chuckled. His laugh then abruptly stopped following a slap from Su Linggong. The 10 disciples every 100 years that I've mentioned is just one of the demands. There's one more. Su Linggong patted his sleeves. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, Please explain. I'm all ears. Inyang Cave Heaven will build a Tao temple in the star boundary as a branch of the master sect. I'll select the place myself. Don't worry. We'll not snatch your foundation or oppress you. As for the landmass, I'll need 500,000 square kilometers. We'll bear the cost of building the Tao temple and maintaining it, so you'll just have to agree to giving the land to us. Su Linggong represented Inyang Cave Heaven to haggle with Yang Kai. But it wasn't just a matter of one great force. He had practically laid down a foundation which the other cave heavens and paradises would base their own demands around when discussing cooperation with the star boundary. Although Su Linggong never pointed it out, Yang Kai knew that the other man was secretly giving him a hint. Therefore, after Su Linggong finished his words, Yang Kai immediately made some calculations. If one great force demanded 500,000 square kilometers, the total would be over 50 million square kilometers for all 108 great forces. In other words, a landmass of over 50 million square kilometers would become branches of the cave heavens and paradises in the star boundary. The landmass was neither big nor small, and there was certainly more than enough land in the star boundary for that, so Yang Kai was able to bear it. Hence, he directly agreed to this condition. Good. However, no one can choose any place within a 10 million kilometer radius around the world tree. Su Linggong replied with a smile. Naturally, you're worried about the world tree, but others will be equally anxious as well. No one will have their eyes on the world tree or its surrounding area. Good. Yang Kai nodded, then fell into his thoughts for a moment. Are you going to bring some people over from Inyang Cave Heaven to the star boundary to cultivate? Martial Uncle Su. Su Linggong cut to the chase and nodded. That's my plan. Getting disciples from the star boundary is one way to benefit, but they are natives of this place after all. Moreover, there aren't many people in the star boundary to begin with. Since there's such a chance, I'll not waste it. After a Tao temple is built, we can select some young disciples with exceptional aptitudes and send them to the star boundary to nurture. They will grow up to be just as fine as the locals. Yang Kai pondered and agreed. Since Su Linggong had this plan, it must be the same case for other cave heavens and paradises as well. allowing those great forces to build Tao temples here was inevitable. As long as you can fulfill these two demands, you'll realize that those haughty guys from the cave heavens and paradises are actually pretty reasonable. Yang Kai chuckled. Well, they'll be unreasonable if their demands are not met, right? Su Linggong didn't comment on that. After giving it a thought, he said, There's one thing that's difficult to deal with, though. What is it? Yang Kai stared at him in puzzlement. Su Linggong turned to look at the world tree with a worried expression. If the world tree starts bearing fruits one day, there will be chaos. World fruits were heaven-defying treasures that could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order. Mid-rank and low-rank world fruits wouldn't really matter too much, but if there were high-rank world fruits, those 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters would certainly drool over them. If an 8th order open heaven realm master were to consume a high-rank world fruit, he could directly rise to the 9th order. Even though the cave heavens and paradises were said to be united, they might not remain friendly with each other if such an opportunity appeared before them. After all, regardless of how many fruits the world tree would bear, there wouldn't be 108 high-rank world fruits for all of them. If the world tree really bore fruits but there were not enough high-rank world fruits for everyone, a conflict was bound to happen. Yang Kai broke into laughter. To be honest with you, Martial Uncle Su, this world tree isn't the mother tree. The real one is still in the grand ancient ruins boundary. The world tree in the star boundary was grown after I snatched a root from the mother tree in the past. It's considered a subtree. Only the real world tree can bear world fruits that are heaven-defying. As long as the mother tree does not die, the subtree will never bear fruits. It was then Su Linggong set his mind at ease. That's for the best. Despite his words, he found it to be a shame as well. However, compared to the conflict that might arise between the cave heavens and paradises, this kind of regret was nothing. Do you have any other advice for me, Martial Uncle Su? Yang Kai asked humbly. Su Linggong shook his head. No. Aside from getting disciples every 100 years and building Tao temples here, everything else will be up to you to negotiate. Yang Kai straightened up and sported a solemn expression. In that case, it's my turn to come up with my demands. Su Linggong gave him a look as he had a bad feeling. With vigilance, he asked, What are you up to, brat? With a serious expression, Yang Kai replied, You've got me wrong, Martial Uncle Su. Since it's a deal, both parties will have to put something on the table. It wouldn't be fair if one party comes up with all sorts of demands while the other can only obey. Why do parents who sell their kids demand money in return? They could just give their children to wealthy people for free. The reason they ask for something in return is that they're worried these wealthy people won't treasure their children. Things that have to be paid for are more valuable than those that are free. Pure sophistry. Su Linggong snorted, but after giving it a thought, he had to admit that Yang Kai was right. Well, you do have a point. So you, the great emperor of the star boundary, are selling your children. Is that what you mean? A heartbroken Yang Kai replied, If possible, I would never want to do such a thing. However, just like what you've said, the star boundary will have countless talented people in the future. Neither the star boundary and Voidland can't afford to provide for all of them. It's great that the cave heavens and paradises are willing to share the burden, but they can't get all the benefits for free. Su Linggong shot him a dismissive look. You can come up with your own demands, but it's entirely up to me whether I'll agree to them. There was a conflicted expression on Yang Kai's face as he pondered on it for a moment. For every disciple you take, you'll have to pay one complete set of 6th order materials or something of the equivalent value. What do you think? Su Linggong couldn't help but see him in a different light. Good. It seems that you really don't have any selfish motives. A set of 6th order material was worth around 100 to 120 million open heaven pills, but that wasn't a big deal for the cave heavens and paradises. It would be a bargain to use such a small amount to obtain a disciple with a bright future. If the disciple could directly ascend to the 6th order, it would totally be worth it. The cave heavens and paradises didn't have many core disciples like Lin Feng and Chu Huashang after all. If they wanted to take on disciples from the star boundary, they would never have their eyes on the ordinary people. They would certainly go for those who could possibly break straight to the 6th order one day, so there was no way they would be taking a loss with such a deal. as for whether they would make a wrong judgment that had nothing to do with Yang Kai. And since they had to offer a set of sixth-order materials to obtain such a disciple, they would certainly nurture them with care. Even if Yang Kai had tried to come up with an unreasonable demand, Su Linggong wouldn't have been surprised, so since he had put forth such a reasonable request, it showed that he was truly concerned about the cultivators born in the star boundary. Secondly, all the great forces cannot forcefully take the disciples they want in the star boundary. Everything must be agreed upon willingly. If two or more great forces have their eyes on the same disciple, the decision has to be made by the person themselves. Marshal Uncle Su, you'll have to discuss the rules with the other cave heavens and paradises regarding this. If anyone dares to break the rules, the others will have to step in to settle the matter. Su Linggong shot him a glare. Do you want to have more supreme high-rank guest elders in High Heaven Palace, you damned brat? Stop dreaming. It's a rare coincidence that resulted from that woman's obstinance and Yu Changdao's difficulty in finding a legacy disciple that you even got one. If others come across such an incident, they'd rather give up on the disciple than become a supreme high-rank guest elders. There are no benefits to being tied to High Heaven Palace after all. Yang Kai shook his head. It'd be great if High Heaven Palace could have more supreme high-rank guest elders, but that's not my priority. It's just that things run smoothly when there are established rules. Su Linggong agreed with him. You have a point. Fine. When the others arrive, I'll discuss this with them. I'll have to spend some time persuading them, but I believe they'll understand that it's the only way to move forward. Yang Kai rose from the chair and bowed. Many thanks, Marshal Uncle Su. Even though he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, who was the Lord of Voidland as well as a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai would never have the right to discuss terms with a group of high-rank open heaven realm masters as long as he wasn't in the high rank himself. Su Linggong would have to deal with it and persuade the others. Su Linggong then coughed and said, I passed by a territory gate when I arrived at this place. However, since I was in a rush to come to the star boundary, I didn't enter it. Ching Boy told me that it's a newborn great territory that had never been discovered. Yang Kai sported a long face. Marshal Uncle Su, you can't be too greedy. It'd be terrible if you want to get even more when you've already obtained so many benefits. Su Linggong snapped. I was just asking. Why are you so anxious? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm willing to share the benefits of the star boundary with the cave heavens and paradises because there's no other choice. However, I'll never share the newborn great territory with anyone. Su Linggong narrowed his eyes. The star boundary is a treasure trove, and it's the same case for the newborn great territory. The territory gate is right there. How are they supposed to not be tempted? Yang Kai said, I've worked together with Luan Baifeng to build a grand array around the territory gate. Whoever dares to barge into it will be exiled to the void. If someone wants to test their luck, they're welcome to try. Su Linggong pointed at him. You. In that case, I'm worried there'll be an argument over this. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry. We'll deal with it accordingly. It's all fine as long as they're not going to have a hand in the newborn great territory. In the next half a month, Yang Kai went on to wait for those from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to arrive. There was no way Wu Kuang would let Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao survive after he took them away. Be it to absorb the heritages of their small universes or to hide the secrets of his heaven-devouring battle law, he would no doubt kill them ruthlessly. As soon as those two were dead, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven would be made aware and would begin searching for them. In the past, Yang Kai wouldn't have any solution to such a problem. Even though he had a lot of strong cultivators with him, he didn't think he could defeat two cave heavens. All he could have done was make use of the world force borrowed from the star boundary and temporarily become a seventh-order open heaven realm master to fight back. However, since Yu Changdao had become the supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace, and Su Linggong and his friends were in the star boundary, they could help him settle this bit of trouble. Nevertheless, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Shen Yuan Cave Heaven never arrived. Instead, the second batch of visitors had come knocking on the door. When Qing Kuei returned to Inyang Cave Heaven previously, there happened to be some high-rank open heaven realm masters visiting from other sects. Upon realizing the severity of the matter, Su Linggong didn't delay and headed straight to the star boundary alongside his friends. At the same time, he sent messages to the other cave heavens and paradises he was on good terms with and briefly talked about what was going on. The route was also provided to allow them to send representatives over to hold a discussion. The high-rank open heaven realm masters who were informed naturally understood the gravity of this situation. Upon learning that there was a world tree in the star boundary, they would not dare to underestimate the matter. Therefore, many high-rank open heaven realm masters hurriedly set off on their journeys. Those were the second batch of visitors, and there were more still to come. There was a seventh-order old man who visited the star boundary on this day, and the next day, 3 people arrived at this place together. 2 days later, 2 people came here together. The star boundary was now bustling with activity. There was a table at the bottom of the world tree. Yang Kai and Su Linggong were seated across from each other as they chatted over wine and waited patiently. Regardless of who the high-rank open heaven realm master was, he or she would immediately see the gigantic tree that was almost 300 kilometers in height now when they arrived at the star boundary. When they landed on the ground, they would then easily spot Yang Kai and Su Linggong. The visitors were all Su Linggong's close friends that had been informed of what was going on. Su Linggong introduced Yang Kai to these high-rank open heaven realm masters from the various cave heavens and paradises in order to familiarize the young man with them. Whoever the visitor was, they wouldn't hesitate to leave upon inquiring Su Linggong about the situation in this place. They were eager to look into what was going on in the star boundary. During this recent period of time, there were many high-rank open heaven realm masters in the star boundary, which was quite unprecedented. In just 1 month, Yang Kai got to know 30 such people. At the same time, there was an extensive public campaign going on in the star boundary. With High Heaven Palace taking the lead, assisted by the other major sects, all the information about the outer universe, the 3,000 worlds, and the 108 top great forces was written into booklets and engraved into jades that were distributed to the general populace. Wherever there were people who gathered together, such information would be given to them. The star boundary was bound to become the open heaven realm cradle of the 3,000 worlds, and the cave heavens and paradises would start accepting disciples from this place in the near future. Since they had to move with the times, they had to let everyone in the star boundary become familiar with the information about the outside world. Only by doing so would they be able to make informed choices. It was imaginable that the hundreds of billions of lives in the star boundary would be shocked by the extensive campaign that was no different from a windstorm to them. After all, prior to this, they were like the frogs in the well. But now, there was a chance for them to leap out of the well and have a peek at the wider sky. In just 1 month, everyone in the star boundary knew that the top 108 great forces from the outer universe would come over to take on disciples. If they were lucky enough, their lives would drastically change. Countless rogue cultivators became eager as they hoped that those powerful cultivators from the outer universe would have their eyes on them. However, it was destined to be a pipe dream for these people. Although the current generation in the star boundary had undergone some transformation following the growth of the world tree, the people who would experience the greatest change were the newborns and those who were still unborn. 1 month later, the last batch of people arrived, so Su Linggong finished his tea and rose from the chair before speaking. Since everyone's here, it's time to discuss the rules. Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message to Xianxia and told her to get prepared. Su Linggong faced north as his lips squirmed, but he was not heard speaking. A moment later, he said to Yang Kai, "Let's go." As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the two of them appeared outside of High Heaven Palace in the next moment. After they waited for a bit, they saw many rays of lights approaching from all directions and landing in front of them. Su Linggong stood beside Yang Kai with his hands behind his back. He would either tease the visitors or nod gently. On the other hand, Yang Kai was busy greeting them. This couldn't be helped, as these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all his seniors, and they were also Su Linggong's friends. As a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven as well as a great emperor of the Star Boundary, he had to show proper hospitality. The female disciples of High Heaven Palace were already there to lead the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters into the palace. All of them were efficient, and barely an hour after Su Linggong sent the messages, everyone had returned to this place from different parts of the Star Boundary. By the time Yang Kai and Su Linggong entered the grand hall, they saw a huge round table in the center filled with people. The over 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated around the table in silence as they secretly communicated with one another using their divine senses. The female disciples behind them, who were ready to serve them at any moment, were anxious and dripping in sweat. The round table was custom-made. After seeking some advice from Su Linggong, Yang Kai quickly told some artifact refiners in High Heaven Palace to make it. This couldn't be helped, as the visitors were all powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai wasn't in any place to determine whether one was more noble than the other, so the usual arrangement of seats might give off a feeling that some people were less important. A round table solved that problem as all of them were equal. As soon as Su Linggong stepped into the hall, the divine senses abruptly stopped. Most of them turned their heads to examine Yang Kai, who was behind Su Linggong. At that moment, Yang Kai felt immensely pressured. Although these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters hadn't tried to oppress him, he still became sluggish for a moment. But soon, he managed to pull himself together. Some of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters arched their brows with surprise when they saw this. The round table was quite big as there were still vacant seats, even though there were already more than 30 people sitting around it. Su Linggong found a slightly more spacious place and took a seat alongside Yang Kai. No one found it off that Yang Kai, a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seated at the table. After all, they were in the star boundary, and he was a great emperor of this place. Furthermore, these people were Su Linggong's close friends who rushed over to this place upon receiving his messages, so no one would look down on Yang Kai. Many thanks for coming, my friends. It's hard for so many of us to come together usually, so we should appreciate this rare chance. I'm sure all of you have surveyed this place and realized what is going on. This Su has asked all of you to come over because we need to have a discussion and set some rules about what will take place now so that everyone can be satisfied, Su Linggong gently said. An old man, who had lost one arm, waited for him to finish his words before he said, "Old friend Su, there's no rush to have a discussion. This old master has a question for the young man beside you first." Yang Kai looked at the person and instantly recognized him. The man was an inner elder of Purple Jade Cave Heaven, Sun Ping. There was rarely anyone who was a match for a powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so it wasn't certain why he had lost an arm. Despite that, he was still a formidable cultivator with an ample heritage. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. "Please ask, Senior Sun." The person beside Sun Ping seemed to know what the latter was going to ask, so he put on a gleeful expression as he was ready to watch a good show. Just then, Sun Ping's clear voice reverberated around the grand hall. "Is Wuquan Hui dead?" Yang Kai frowned as he had no idea why this person suddenly mentioned such an issue. He turned to look at Su Linggong, who nodded while still staring at the front. It was then Yang Kai nodded. "He's dead. Who killed him? How did he die?" Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai replied, "He manifested his small universe. Then he was killed by me and some of my companions from Voidland." Sun Ping narrowed his eyes. Other than Su Linggong, who was already aware of the truth, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the table were stunned. Manifesting one small universe was the last resort for a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master to defeat their enemies. The people at the scene couldn't figure out what kind of dangers Wuquan Hui was in that forced him to make such a decision. Despite that, he was still killed in the end. All of them were inner elders of their respective cave heavens and paradises, so even though they were not on close terms with Wuquan Hui, they did come into contact with him before. Now that Wuquan Hui was dead, they felt somewhat awkward. Wuquan Hui is dead, but what about Xianxia and Pei Wenxian? An elegant-looking woman asked. She was an inner elder of Luoshang Cave Heaven, Luoxiu. Yang Kai replied impassively, "They're also dead." Most of them seemed to have expected it, so their expressions didn't change. After all, it wasn't a secret that Wuquan Hui previously led Heavenly Sword Union to attack Voidland, and he was assisted by Pei Wenxian and Xianxia. Since Wuquan Hui was dead, there was no way Pei Wenxian and Xianxia could have survived. However, they were still astounded by Yang Kai's audacity while some of them fell into their thoughts. Luoxiu shot Yang Kai a glare. You're just as cunning as that old Su. While Yang Kai didn't understand her, Su Linggong started guffawing. He's the son-in-law of my sect, so it's expected that he resembles me. What's wrong with that? Luo Xiao snorted. It doesn't matter that a traitor is dead. Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise wouldn't make a fuss over it. The problem now is that Pei Wenxian and In Xianxia were killed. This queen already knows what you two are up to. A curious Su Linggong asked. What could we be up to? I don't get you, junior sister Luo. Why don't we delve into this topic in my room tonight? Sure. A charming Luo Xiao kept a faint smile on her face. We should do that sooner rather than later. I'll look for you tonight. Su Linggong nodded repeatedly. Sure thing. A dumbfounded Yang Kai stared at him. On the other hand, Sun Ping let out a sigh as he appeared dejected. I can't believe Zhuo Quanhui was killed just like that. His reputation was already destroyed. Nevertheless, he still owed me something. Yang Kai had no idea what this person's relationship with Zhuo Quanhui was. However, since Su Linggong had invited him over, there shouldn't be a problem. Let's stop the small talk. Su Linggong knocked on the table. There's an important issue to discuss here. As expected, all of them fell silent and gazed at Su Linggong. Yang Kai had previously asked Su Linggong to head this discussion since more than 30 people, who represented different cave heavens and paradises, had been invited. They were supposed to be able to come up with an arrangement that everyone would be pleased with. However, would the other great forces who were not present acknowledge it? After all, they didn't take part in it. Su Linggong replied with a smile that the cave heavens and paradises had always been united since time immemorial. Therefore, 30 or so was enough to represent everyone. None of them was a fool. These people not only represented their own great forces, but also all the cave heavens and paradises. When discussing the matter, they would be taking all the cave heavens and paradises into consideration instead of speaking up only for their own great force. Those who didn't join the discussion would acknowledge the result of the discussion. That was because if they wanted to be part of it, they had to first acknowledge the rules that had been set. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right. Yang Kai was initially doubtful, but when he saw that none of them objected to it, as though they would be able to come to a conclusion on this day, he set his mind at ease. This was destined to be a discussion that would change the entire 3,000 worlds. An event that would be greatly discussed in the history books. However, such a discussion took place in an unknown small universe that was located at the edge of the 3,000 worlds. Before Su Linggong informed them about it, the people at the scene probably hadn't even heard of the star boundary before. All of them had surveyed the star boundary, so they understood what was going on. Su Linggong stated, "The world tree has transformed the entire star boundary, and all the living beings here have greatly benefited from it. In the future, there will be a lot of talented youths who are born for cultivation. This treasure trove can't be monopolized by Yang Boy's Voidland and Inyang Cave Heaven. Nor could any one of you do so. Since we've gathered together, let's not hide anything or pretend to be righteous. Show how greedy you are and divide everything up. It'll be good for everyone." Across from him sat a grim-looking old man with a hooked nose who said with a grin, "Old Su, since you've taken the initiative, you must have come up with some proposals. Why don't you tell us about them? We'll acknowledge it if it's reasonable. If it's not, we'll discuss." All of them nodded as they knew that Su Linggong and Yang Kai must have agreed on some secret deals. But they wouldn't point it out. Upon hearing that, Su Linggong replied with a smile, "The cave heavens and paradises are extraordinary, the most powerful great forces in the outer universe. The reason our inheritances could be passed on for generations is that there's a continuation of our heritages. In order to carry our glories forward indefinitely, we need many talented people. In the past, the cave heavens and paradises had to spend a lot of money and manpower to look for such talents, but the results left much to be desired. Every great force only has a small number of core disciples who can directly ascend to the sixth order open heaven realm. Take a look at all of us here. How many of us directly broke through to the sixth order in the past? Almost all of us started at the fifth order and rose to our current realms through long years of hard work. If you had directly ascended to the sixth order, you would have become eighth order ancestors in your respective sects instead of inner elders. There are indeed some advantages to having a higher starting point. The star boundary is now filled with talented people, and the world tree is still in its growth stage, yet it has already showcased such incredible power. In 3 to 5 generations, this Su wouldn't dare to imagine how prosperous the star boundary would be. 3 to 5 mortal generations is just about 100 years. Barely the blink of an eye for us. When that time comes, the star boundary will be full of young people with extraordinary aptitudes. Someone cut him off by saying, "Old Su, enough with the nonsense already. Of course we can also see the things you're able to see. Stop trying to stir up our sentiments and cut to the chase." Su Linggong replied with a grin. "I'll stop then. I know what you all want. Certainly, you want to get some talented disciples from the star boundary. To be honest with you, Yang Boy and I have come to an agreement. Inyang Cave Heaven will be able to receive 10 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. 10 people. The one-armed Sun Ping arched his brow. The figure is neither small nor big. It's quite fair, actually. The prerequisite is that you're speaking the truth. The feelings of Su Linggong seemed to have been hurt as he said, "You wrong me, Brother Sun. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yang Boy about it." Sun Ping snorted. "You and Yang Kai are basically one family. Of course he'll agree to whatever you say." A solemn Yang Kai replied, "There's a misunderstanding here, Senior Sun. Martial Uncle Su didn't lie to you. It is indeed 10 people." Yang Kai initially wondered why Su Linggong was so honest. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone when Inyang Cave Heaven started accepting disciples in the star boundary, so it was a wise move to break it to them first. Sun Ping nodded gently. "This old master doesn't believe old Su, but I believe what you've said, kid." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks, senior." Sun Ping added, "Since Inyang Cave Heaven will take 10 disciples every 100 years, Purple Jade Cave Heaven will also do the same. Then, all of them agreed with him. "Good," Su Linggong said with a sly smile. "Yang Boy is a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so naturally I can get more benefits. Let's see if he'll agree to it if you want the same." He easily shifted the responsibility to Yang Kai, who didn't really mind it in this case. As a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai certainly had to take responsibility for these negotiations. In a dispassionate manner, he stated, "If each great force will get 10 people, it'll be 1,080 people for all 108 great forces. Even though a lot of talented people will be born in the star boundary, there won't be so many of them every 100 years. If you take all the disciples away, no benefits will be left for Voidland." Sun Ping lowered his gaze. "Since you want to avoid a calamity, there's a price to pay." Yang Kai shook his head. "I've shown enough sincerity by asking Martial Uncle Su to invite all of you to come over. All of you are seniors, so you can't possibly oppress me by hogging all the benefits in the star boundary to yourselves." While Sun Ping remained silent, some people started haggling with Yang Kai. All of them were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they didn't find it shameful to be so Philistine. Instead, they were high-spirited in their bargaining. With that said, they wouldn't really be as rowdy as in a downtown market. There was a sense of solemnity in the air, but instead of backing down, Yang Kai became increasingly bolder when dealing with these seniors. Su Linggong was seated on the right side of Yang Kai while Hong Xiangling from Azure Void Cave Heaven was seated on his left. Hong Xiangling was a short, amiable-looking old man. Although he hadn't said anything during the negotiations so far, his eyes kept darting around as he carefully observed the situation. When Yang Kai finally took a rest, and the grand hall fell into silence, Hong Xiangling seized the chance and gently pulled Yang Kai's sleeve. Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked respectfully, "What's wrong, Senior Hong?" Hong Xiangling flashed a smile at him and flipped his hand. As he pushed his world force, a true-to-life image appeared above his palm. Yang Kai didn't understand, but upon closer inspection, he realized that in the image there was a demure-looking woman standing on a mountain peak while gazing up at the clouds. Only her profile was shown, but it was apparent that her figure was slim and her skin was fair. There was no doubt that she was a stunning beauty. The clouds almost covered the peak, which made it look like she was hovering above them. How do you find her? Hong Xiangling asked with his brow raised. A puzzled Yang Kai didn't know what the woman's relationship with this old man was, so he just gave a frank remark. She's beautiful with an extraordinary demeanor, just like an immortal fairy from the heavens. Hong Xiangling then boldly declared, "She'll marry you." Huh! Yang Kai was dumbfounded. To his side, Su Linggong rolled his eyes. Like a farmer that sold his vegetables in town, Hong Xiangling continued persuading Yang Kai by saying, "This is my third disciple. She directly advanced to the fifth order open heaven realm, and she's now in the sixth order. She will certainly ascend to the seventh order one day. Her demure temperament will make her a great wife. You won't suffer any losses by marrying her, and we don't need you to get married into our sect like what Inyang Cave Heaven has asked you to." Yang Kai's jaw dropped in disbelief. A moment later, he replied with a helpless smile, "Senior, don't you think this is a rash decision? Of course men love beautiful women, but I've never met your disciple before. It's much, much too soon to talk about marriage. Moreover, this senior sister might not be willing to marry someone like me. Why wouldn't she be?" Hong Xiangling glared at him. "As her master, I have to look for a decent husband for her. She'll be more than happy with this arrangement. How about it? Just nod if you agree and I'll have her come here right now. She'll be ready to marry in 3 months." Yang Kai found it increasingly difficult to deal with the eager old man. He knew just how alluring the star boundary was now, so all the cave heavens and paradises would like to get more benefits. However, he hadn't expected it to be so enticing that Hong Xiangling was even willing to let his third disciple marry him in order to get a bigger share of the pie. Then, Yang Kai looked around and realized that some of the other masters here had fallen into their thoughts, as though they were pondering on the possibility of getting their single sixth-order female disciples married to Yang Kai as well. This was giving Yang Kai a huge headache as he looked pleadingly at Su Linggong, who stood up for him by saying, "Yang Boy is the son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so you'd better not have your eyes on him, old Hong." A displeased Hong Xiangling refuted, "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So what if he's a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven? Why can't he also be a son-in-law of Azure Void Cave Heaven as well?" He then winked at Yang Kai. "Don't you agree?" Su Linggong scoffed. "I remember your disciple. She's quite stiff. Even if she's married to Yang Boy, she won't receive any favor." Hong Xiangling snorted. "Every person has their own preferences. Perhaps Yang Boy likes elegant women." Seeing that they were about to bicker, Yang Kai had no choice but to interject. "Many thanks for your kind offer, Senior Hong, but please don't mention marriage again. I already have many wives, so I'm not going to marry anyone else." Hong Xiangling parted his lips, but he eventually only let out a sigh. What a shame! Yang Kai wasn't willing to delve into this topic. After straightening his face, he knocked on the table. "The star boundary can't possibly afford to let all of you, respectively, get 10 disciples every 100 years. My suggestion is that apart from Inyang Cave Heaven, every great force will be able to accept 3 disciples every 100 years. Luo Xiao rolled her eyes. "The difference is too stark, you smelly brat. 3 people is significantly fewer than 10 people. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "Please forgive me, Senior. I am a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven after all, so I must offer more benefits to them." Su Linggong grinned from ear to ear at those words. When Yang Kai previously won first place in the Tao Theory Assembly, Su Linggong wasn't displeased with the result, but he did think Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his precious disciple. That was the reason he paid a price to send Yang Kai into a small source world. That was because he hoped that Yang Kai would grow to be strong enough to protect his woman in the future. Now though, it seemed that it was Inyang Cave Heaven that picked up a great bargain. No one could have expected that the star boundary, where Yang Kai came from, would become the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. He was also pleased with Yang Kai's frank attitude. Yang Kai was a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so he was supposed to help the sect out, and no one could say anything about it. They went on to fight a great battle of words, with Yang Kai determined to only allow them to take 3 disciples every 100 years. More than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns to persuade the young man until they had the urge to teach this young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. The auras of these powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters permeated the Grand Hall, and the maid-servants had to leave. Otherwise, they would have been killed since they hadn't even reached the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai remained unfazed as he appeared confident. So what if there were more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene? This was his territory, and he had the right to dictate the terms of the discussion.